All right. It's because I didn't push apply. Nice. Welcome. We are starting our stream. This is Fiend Spawn Session 12. We just started a level up, so we are working on that, and then we're going to get started on our play here in just a couple minutes. Oh, I need to update my little Zoom settings, my name.
Oh, me too.
I don't know if I've ever played a race that does the free spells per long rest. I have to use them more.
What do you get?
We get one use of Hellish Rebuke, one use of Darkness without casting,
That's cool. So yeah, you might as
or
well
without
use it
spending.
then, right?
Yeah.
My God, Winter would use darkness. Like he's pissed off that he got banned from the the blacksmith in town, so he casts darkness in the forge.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And he has blind sight, so he could just walk through it like normal.
Yeah, right.
He's like, "Oh, I can't have those. I'll just take them. That's fine." Like just
Right before the hammers are about to strike, darkness, all you hear is my thumb.
I'm done. Ready to go.
I'm good to go. Dan, I can see normally in darkness up to 120 feet, including magical darkness.
Is that Witch's Sight or is it a new thing?
Yeah, Devil's Sight.
Devil's Sight.
Yeah.
Doesn't it do something else? Oh, the wording changed, right? It used to be kind of like
Um,
possibly True Sight, but now it's just you can see in darkness. Or am I mixing that up? Ken, I remember we were talking about that before.
yeah, it says you can see normally in dim light and darkness, both magical and non-magical, within 120 feet of yourself.
Got it.
It's better than it used to be. Because it used to be if it was dim light, you couldn't see in it like normal or whatever. It had to be darkness,
Oh, okay.
which
Oh,
was
interesting.
which site's the level 15 one that's you can I think they just changed it to be straight up true sight.
I
It's
think
30
it
feet,
is just true sight now. Yeah.
which is awesome. That means Winter and Baclav can fight in total darkness.
Yeah. Disturbing.
Interesting. Wonder if that'll be like eventually everybody will be like that because everyone can see in darkness, not magical darkness.
Except for
magical.
Vaclav,
So if you have,
and then Winter
if
to
you're in
10
a
feet.
darkness spell and you have dark vision, you can't see.
That's correct.
You need
There are a
blind sight
few.
or some
You
other
need
way to
blind
see,
sight?
like
Yeah.
devil
Blind
sight.
sight,
True
true
sight,
sight, devil
devil's
sight.
sight. There's another one with the monk. The shadow monk can see in his own darkness, but not others.
Right.
There's a couple other stipulations, I think.
Dan, I now have a steed.
Ooh.
Got it. You wouldn't have it like suddenly in the dungeon with you.
You have to cast it.
She could call it.
Right. I
I
thought it was
call it-
10-minute or something. It used to be. I have no idea how long it takes now.
It's one action.
Really?
Yeah, I was looking at it, and it's a fiend steed, otherworldly steed.
Is it
what
always
I-
a fiend, or can you select the type and you're choosing fiend?
I don't
You
think
select.
Yeah, you could select, but I don't know that Rosa would go with anything other than fiend. She might go Fey if she's in the Fey realm again, but
I thought once you pick it, that's like.
yeah, that's what I figured. Like if she was gonna pick, she'd pick fiend. Even though Tabby wants Fey, but no, she'd pick fiend.
Oh, they made this better.
Well,
You
you've
can do
been
it.
to Face Space and stuff. There's a reason you might pick Faye.
You can make a direwolf now.
Yeah, you can totally.
Yeah.
This is definitely different than I thought. You can change it every time you cast it.
You can change it, you can yeah, it's pretty cool.
And then there's different like abilities it has based off of which of the three you choose. Apparently.
Yeah. Yep. And it's
You
Ah.
can get a healing touch on your steed. That's crazy.
I know, right? But you know what? Actually, the healing touch is what, oh my gosh, what was the,
Can you just do that every round?
what was
Oh, recharges after a long rest.
Once,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I was like, holy crap! If you could just heal every round.
the healing touch on the mount, is what, who was the character I had before the Griffin? Leia.
Oh yeah, Leia.
Leia
Oh,
had
yeah.
healing touch as a mount.
Oh, that's cool.
And I also have an extra attack, so that's cool.
Oh, right. Now, is that just you? Are you the only one that gets an extra attack? No, Ken, you probably. Winter gets one, right?
Yes. Vaclav might if you picked.
Vaclav might.
There's an invocation for it.
But if he got Devil Sight, he probably didn't, right?
Sorry,
You can
what-
change one.
I was looking at my character sheet. What are we talking about?
Do you have a second attack?
Yes, I do.
Because did you get a new invocation and change an old invocation? Is that what happened?
No, I got 2 new invocations.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
That's cool.
You can also change an old one when you level up.
Yeah, I saw that. I looked at doing it, but there's nothing I want to change out.
Makes sense.
Fiendish Vigor is going to go away eventually, but I still like it at the moment. Compared
It's
to what
still
I can
really
get.
good. 12
Yeah.
free hit points
Well,
for
it's
an
only
action.
8 free hit points, I think.
Mm,
It doesn't
are you
doesn't
sure?
cast with the packed slot. That makes sense.
Thought it was just 12 free hit points.
It's 8 free hit points. It's always cast at first level.
Uh,
That's why it's eventually going to go away.
but that's off of False Life, right?
False Life is the spell, yeah. It says you
It
can
says-
cast False Life on yourself without expending a spell slot. When you cast the spell with this feature, you automatically get the highest number on the die.
Yeah, it's 2d4 plus 4. That's the spell. It says 2d4 plus 4. And then you gain 5 additional for each spell
Oh,
level
you're
above.
right. So it is
It
12.
should be 12.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. I guess I've been jumping myself out of a few hit points.
Oh, that means you
Yeah.
feel that the whole world levels up a little bit more.
Oh gosh.
When you're level 2 and you have like 15 hit points or 14 hit points, plus
Yeah.
12 is effectively double.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so good.
Okay.
All right.
What weapon does everybody use?
The standard weapon for me is a rapier.
I have a +1 greatsword.
I change weapons a lot.
Yours is weird, Vaclav. I wasn't going to
Magic.
count yours.
Yeah.
Mine is.
Winter,
Oh, go ahead,
go ahead.
Winter.
You go first.
Mine is, or Phoenix's is the scimitar with
Right.
the flaming flowers. But what's cool is I just took flaming blade, so I think he will generally. I'll have to try it out, but I think that it might be that he uses flaming blade. So I would just kind of thematically turn that one into the flaming blade.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Winter has either 2 silvered short swords or a longbow.
Got it. Vaclav, how does magic items work with your packed blade? Can you like make
I
your
can, yeah, I can attune to a weapon and make it my packed weapon. And then if I do that, I can like send it to katana space, retrieve it. But
and then you can only call that one instead of different ones?
exactly, yeah, unless I use the ability again, in which case I would be unattuned to that first one. So does that
Interesting.
make sense?
Yes.
So like, if I had a magic sword, I could make that magic sword my packed blade. But then if I summoned a spear, the sword would no longer be my packed blade.
Yeah. And does it take like 30 minutes or 10 minutes to like attune or something?
I don't think so. Let's see.
Oh.
As a bonus action, you can conjure a packed weapon in your hand or create a bond with the magic weapon you touch. So there you go.
Oh. So you could always just redo it in combat. It's not like an out
Yeah.
of combat thing.
Yeah.
And Loki, you said longsword?
No, rapier.
Rapier, that's right.
Yours is
But
silvered too, right? Because we
Right.
got them.
Yeah.
I think
we got
everyone's
all
is
our stuff
silvered, if I recall.
Except for Rosa's, because it's
Right.
a magic one already.
Oh, the bardic inspirations went up to D8s.
Nice.
Nice.
Our fire bolts also went up 2d10.
Oh, wow.
Oh, did cantrips they all increase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all, but the ones that do increased.
Right.
Level.
Dan, did you see the chat?
No. Oh, sure. Yeah. Because I'll end up cutting out a lot of the emptiness pauses anyway. At least when I like repost from the live. Yeah. So the reason we level up, or our level up theory, has changed throughout time. I've never done a XP number based level up, mostly because I'm way too lazy to record all the things that we fight. Also, I find that it disincentivizes like role playing or solving problems through non-combat means, and I find it kind of incentivizes like murder hoboism. So I kind of enjoy non XP combat only level up reasons. But then I'm also not very good at like just recording all the stuff that happens. So I originally settled on just the number of sessions per level as like a way to level up. And we've typically done like one session at 1, 2 at 2, 3 at 3, and then it's kind of staying at 3 for a while. Sometimes moving to 4 near the end, depending on how the story's going. But this time I was thinking about trying to follow the players more, because that's kind of like what I've been thinking about more and more, how to do that. And I was thinking about doing like a voting system when like the players feel like they're ready to level up, or that they've like finished a significant story beat or something, or feel that it's like their players are ready to do so that it's not so much as like a top down me deciding, but more of like us as a group deciding when it's time for like new abilities to enter the fray. So this time I was thinking of like a voting system or something when we're ready. I was reading all about like different ways that groups level up. It's really interesting that I thought we would be one of like the longer between level ups groups, but it doesn't sound like that at all. In fact, there's definitely like groups that are like 5 or 6 sessions every level, which is like crazy to me. And there's some that are like they level up every time they play, and if they don't, then it like feels like, you know, they're missing out. So, or there's some DMs that like, you know, make spreadsheets and record everything that's fought and then divide it up 5 ways, and if you're not there then you don't get those XP, and then there's like level discrepancies, like kind of AL, like Adventurers League style. And I don't care enough to do that. And
No doubt.
I don't like the level discrepancies. I think that like unless there's some story reason or something, like someone went back in time, or I don't even know, I've never really played with that. So I found this to be the best. I always kind of wish I like the like tier 1, tier 2 best. I think though our last session or our last campaign, I did find like the later levels more fun than I was expecting, to be honest. So I don't know. But some of the other things that I was reading about were like when you complete like a story beat. So like then should we only level up like when we get a new spire, or when we like complete a thing? So then is this like mid battle like a bad time to level up, or is it a good time because we like finally entered into like something on the main quest? Or I was reading a comment and it was like, well, my party just kind of like messed around in town for like 4 sessions and never got back to the main quest. So then they didn't level up for those times when they weren't on the main quest. And I was like, oh, so then it's like only the main quest is where you like level up? So I'm just like reading about it and thinking about it. I don't know. Or is anything that the party does the main quest because the party did it? So like, I don't know exactly how that should be. I saw one that I liked. It was like way too much bookkeeping for me. But they were like, at the end of every session, everyone records every like good character action or like point they made into the story, and then you like count those up, and then everyone has to like roll a dice to check to see if you like made enough story or character progress to level. And I was like, that kind of is cool. I don't know, I feel like Travis would be like, Phoenix, I use my voice, so I get 17 points. And I'd be like, okay, great. And then I'm like, because then I don't want to like be me, be like, oh no, Travis, you don't get to level up. Because then it's like a battle that I don't love that dynamic. So it's more like, what can we do like cooperatively to decide? And like when Kevin, you were joking, why don't we all just go to level 20? I was like, well, sure. But like, obviously we know that means that the campaign's about to end, and then we have to say goodbye to our characters. Then it would be a little jarring in like the middle of the story as well. So I don't know. I'm thinking this time to kind of see when you guys are like ready, and then we can level up based off of that. That's what I'm thinking, at least. And who knows? Maybe next session I'll change my mind. I don't know. What do you guys think, or agree, disagree?
I like, and this is me, Travis, as a person. I like to plan. I like to know what's coming up, and I also am incredibly averse to ambiguity and subjectivity. I don't like to play apples to apples because everyone's deciding. I'm like, no, that was good. No, literally. Tabby, am I lying? Do I get angry playing apples to apples and all of those like subjective games? So if other people are like deciding, oh, well, I think this and I think this, and like I get agitated, and I'm like, no, I'm right. And I know that that's not a great attribute as a person, but it is a fact that we're dealing with here. So therefore, my vote literally is I like the fucking linear. We did three. If there's a reason why those three didn't count, then we do a fourth. And then when we get higher, it gets longer. I like that because I'm looking forward to that leveling. Am I flexible and go along with what everybody else does? Absolutely. Am I going to bitch and moan about it? Absolutely.
Travis, it's rise over run. It has to be
absolutely rise over run. Hey,
slope, linear equation.
Hello. Bell curves are bullshit.
Oh, that's funny. I kind of like what we have done in the past, but I do like the fact that we like work through, is it really time or not? But in general, the roughly 4 sessions and maybe extended on as we grow. I don't think it needs. I understand Travis's need to be like set in stone, but I also feel like some of the sessions we do, it's we get so sidetracked or so deep into weeds. It's like it's fun to play, but I don't feel like advancement towards level happened on a level that would warrant it. So like even with this level up, that's why I was kind of equivalent about it earlier. I was like, well, I feel like, with the some of the sessions we've done, maybe that really didn't drive it drove the story forward a lot, but it didn't drive character development a lot, and maybe didn't necessarily warrant leveling up on a schedule. So I like the idea of having the schedule as the framework that it works within, but then, maybe at the end of the session when we've done 4 or 5 or whatever, to both, because I think we all like to look and review at the level up options and what we're gonna do in the planning offline rather than like we did today. So to that, maybe some form of flexibility, but keeping a general schedule is kind of what I feel would be ideal.
That brought up the thought. What if we, because this is just directly to what Kevin said, what if we have our usual schedule, like, and we'll have to decide upon what that is. But if we have our regularly scheduled level ups per sessions, but at the end of our sessions, when we're doing our Rosebud Thorn, it's like, and also, was this a check mark, or was this, an attributable session towards leveling? Because like you said, sometimes we spend the entire time running around in circles and talking, which isn't really like improving our skills. So that could be like, you know what? No, this was just a a non, like this session doesn't count towards level.
Yeah, or in that vein, we could say, it's been 4 or 5 or whatever schedule we're at. Do we feel like we should level up this time or go another session? And that way, at the end of the session, we're making that decision. You've got the week to figure out, what
Yeah,
you want to do with that level up if we do level.
that's good. I wish you'd stop saying 4 or 5 though, because it's definitely 3. It's 3 until we get to 10, and then it goes to 4. It's obvious. Like that's just freaking D&D 101. Come on.
My apologies. Apparently, we're just skipping right to level 10.
It's acceptable.
I believe in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it provides different ways to level up. I don't think there's a right or wrong way.
There definitely is not. I'm gonna look it up right now.
You don't sound very convinced when you said there isn't one.
No, I 100% agree. I just think my way is the right way. Avi, hello.
Apples to apples again?
Apples to apples.
It's like, as long as everyone likes my apple.
That's right.
Apples to apples.
I was kind of thinking, I liked what you were saying, Kevin, that I wonder if at the end of the session, we should just be like, okay, this was one session. How much of that one session should be worth a level up? Is it like the full session? Is it like 0.75, 0.5, 0.25? And then once we get like the total to 3, then we level up, and then at 10, if it goes to 4. So, or something like that.
You guys are overthinking it, man. Here's how it works. Travis pressures us all to level
That's
up.
current. That's the current system.
We all resist it until we can't anymore.
Right, and that's the status quo that I'm not a huge fan of, because it's really Travis pressures Dan until Dan gives in for the level up. That's the current system.
Yeah.
I'm like, is no one else going to ask the question? Fuck it, I'll ask the question. I've been doing it for 5 years. I don't care. 10 years, I'll ask the question.
Welcome to my life, everybody.
Look at the big smile on her face when she says that too. It's so obvious.
So something that struck me about what you were saying, Kevin, was it's fairly character driven. I navigate towards like that idea, Dan, that you had where we're in tiers. I don't like the ambiguity of multi-leveled characters going on at the same time. But if you're talking story based, it does make sense. But it was interesting because when we had originally talked about leveling up, my vote was yes to level up because of Rosa's character development in the past few sessions. Like it was immense. She broke away from her family, kind of changed one of her beliefs, and finally felt courage to move forward beyond just championing her family is like number one. Like that's still very important to her, but now something else has come that has eclipsed that, which she never really thought was going to happen. It was kind of put forth to her by Vaclav. It was put forth to her by Lydia of like, what are you doing? And she kind of was like, okay, I guess I'm doing this now. Like it's still for the family, but this is more than the family, which is why I was pro level up. But then as I'm thinking about, okay, but then as a group, where did everybody else grow? And it makes sense why Kevin was like, yeah, it was a little bit, but lots of story movement. But I do think there is some benefit to having that continuity. Looking at like Travis's view of it is like, you can plan for it, that it's coming up. So I like the idea of having the rise over run method with the caveat of Dan saying, actually, I know we're supposed to level up, but I just don't think as a collective we've attained that as a group yet. So sometimes like either making it go one more session or saying, well, we actually just went through something really huge and like fast forwarding if the need arose.
Aroused is the proper term. Can I read out of the DMG?
Sure.
I mean, that's literally what Tabby just said. Is that has been our modus operandi for like years now. Is we base it X amount of sessions and then they get adjusted if it's seems like it needs it. But in character advancement in the DMG 2024 DMG, awarding XP, non-combat challenges, milestones, leveling up, and it talks about leveling up. It literally talks about exactly how we do it, Dan. Mid chapter versus add a long rest or whatever, and it talks you get the new stuff, you just don't re-up the stuff that you're in the middle of, right? But then it also does talk about a variant of training to gain levels.
I've read about that.
So lame. But level advancement without XP, and I'll just read this whole thing. It's three paragraphs. You can do away with XP entirely in advanced characters based on how many sessions they play or when the characters accomplish significant story goals. The method of level advancement can be particularly helpful if your campaign doesn't include much combat or includes so much combat that tracking XP becomes tiresome. Session-based advancement. A good rate of session-based advancement is to have characters reach level 2 after the first session, level 3 after another session, level 4 after 2 more sessions. Then
Oh, we're losing you, Travis.
Yep. We still see Tabby though, so it must be his computer.
Yeah. Yeah, Travis froze, but Tabby, you seem fine. That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, we can't hear
You're
you.
muted.
Can you hear me now?
what
Yeah,
the fuck?
it's echoing, but
Oh, weird. We can hear Travis through there and off of his computer then?
Dude, my shit just went away completely. My Zoom just went away completely.
That's what it looks like.
yeah, when I first joined the Zoom, it worked for a few seconds and then crashed. I wonder if Zoom's have an issue.
Freaking Chinese! They're trying to hack the.
First it's TikTok and now it's Zoom.
TikTok is
There we
back
go.
up though, right?
Yeah.
Mine seems to be back up. Let me get out of
Yeah,
this.
we can see you
and
again.
Move it back over here. Okay, well, I'll readjust. Okay, so what? Oh, okay, it was just we lost you, Travis. That's what it was. All right. Then spend 2 or 3 sessions for each subsequent level. This is literally exactly what we've done. Above level 10, you can speed the rate of advancement so the characters gain a new level every 1 or 2 sessions. This assumes your sessions are about 4 hours long and include encounters of varying difficulty, ending with a significant milestone as described above. You can adjust the rate if you prefer significantly shorter or longer sessions to account for how much your group accomplishes in a typical session. Story-based advancement. Rather than having characters gain a level after a certain number of sessions, you can instead tie their advancement to accomplishing particular goals in the campaign. When the characters achieve those goals, they level up. Try to plan significant campaign goals so the characters gain levels at about the same rate as for session-based advancement. So DMG is literally suggesting 2 or 3 sessions per level, and then at higher levels, quicker. I think that's insane. I think to me, it seems like more sessions as we get higher because, I mean, there's just so much stuff. Like you need a little more time. Well, I need a little more time to even learn what I'm doing with the stuff. But whatever. But that's the DMG right there. Is saying where we're at already.
Interesting.
Now I gotta fix this again.
Cool. Is everybody ready? Or
Yes.
ready enough?
Yeah. Let's go kill some skellies
And vampires.
and vampires.
Allegedly.
Yeah, there hasn't been. It's an alleged vampire.
Perfect. Travis, would you mind? Do you want to do your?
Oh, yeah, it's so pathetic. Apologies, Pand. I was literally the last two D&D sessions I've played in. I was battling extreme exhaustion. So, apologize to all my DMs for when I fall asleep sitting up at the table. Uh, Session 11, fourth at level 4. Patrick, we found Patrick blacked
Oh,
out,
right.
blackout, passed out, in what is it? The new Royal? What? Which game are we talking about here? New Royal was
North
the
Fork.
wrong game. North Fork. What was the name of the place? The tavern? Doesn't matter.
It was at his house.
Oh, it was at his house. That's right. That's right. He was raging. He was having a frat party.
Yeah. It was Kegger.
Kegger at his house. Yes. Oh my
With
God.
all the money he gave him.
1992 Pacific
It
Beach.
totally
That's
was exactly.
Oh my God. Straight up. Okay. So Vaclav, I don't know. We fucked around in there a little bit, and Vaclav freaking grabbed him, right? Dragged him outside and threw him in a freaking into a water trough.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, he Princess Brided him.
yeah, totally. Phoenix discovered the merits of mead and turned Snowfall onto it as well, even though Snowfall doesn't know yet, but he's gonna find out. And then I said we Amsterdam donkeyed the because remember the donkeys are like bicycles in Amsterdam. You just go
Right.
grab one, go wherever. So we donkeyed Patrick to the wall, to the gate, and at the guard station, the guard was like, who goes there? What's your business? Blah blah blah. And Vaclav said, "Why don't you go make some soup?" And the guard was like, "You know what? That's exactly what I need to do. Here, hold the keys. I'm gonna go make soup." And so we left, and then we did we pocket the keys? Someone said I throw the keys back in, and someone else said no, I grab
Yeah.
them.
Rosa.
Okay, so
paladin.
Rosa has. We now have keys to the city. Well, to North Fork. Yeah. So I don't know, something donkey, soup, sleep tight while winter meets Death's Craven.
Yeah.
And
Winter was talking into a hole, and he talked to a voice that identified itself as having a guild called Death's Craven, or Death's Craving, I think it was. But
is that what it's supposed to be?
he started calling it Death's Craven, which is going to be fun.
Yes. Okay.
Which I think is definitely a worse name. It's like a little derogatory to the which I think is great.
And then from there things got a little foggy for me. I have into the chasm exclamation point, and Phoenix calls Ember the owl. Next story point is into the skeleton den. So we had worked our way down through the chasm. The owl is in there. Who knows what the owl's doing?
The owl is currently in your shared space, and it's like riding on you. So I'm leaving that up to you, and I'm not going to be reminding you or asking what the owl's doing until you tell me.
I just do things. I'm like, oh, I can do this. Yeah, let's do
I
it.
remember. You should be like, oh, the owl was there the whole time. I'm like, well, it's up to you.
So we're like suspended over this cavern that we are looking at multiple skeletons and also a tall humanoid, a very tall humanoid.
Yes, who has light skin and has elongated incisors on that are kind of going over his lower lip.
Does he have long fingernails?
I believe he does, and I believe he is sprouted wings and is flying up towards Winter, and looks like he's going to attempt to pull Winter into the chasm, and that's where we stopped.
Perfect, cool. Okay, so level up.
Yeah, Ken, do you mind going through?
Sure. Yeah. Session 11. Rock, bamboo, elephant.
Oh
We take the cart
yeah.
to the warehouse. Loki tries to get coin for the job, but is told to take it up with last front from the dwarven temple. Saruk shows up inebriated at Patrick's house. Rosa pays him to deliver a message to the family. Patrick's place, there's a party going on, some sort of kegger with a bunch of people drinking. Patrick is passed out. Vaclav slams a beer, drags him into the troughs, dumps him in, and asks Snowfall to use his breath to make it colder. Suggestion on the gate guard, and I had that he told him to go make coffee. I might be
I
wrong
think
on
it was
that. It
soup.
might have been soup.
It was soup.
And then he locks up and tries to rush away. Winter grabs the keys and opens the gate. Everyone gets out, and he drops the keys on the ground. Rosa pockets them and closes the gate.
I thought you didn't
We head
grab
out.
them. I thought you convinced him, or you failed
Yes.
to grab them, and then Rosa convinced him or something.
No.
Yeah, I just asked him that he should give us the keys, and then he
That's
did
right.
at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Winter like threw them on the ground, and I was like, you can't just leave those there.
Didn't care.
Rosa's doing the right thing and being like, you can't leave these keys here. Anyone could grab them. Meanwhile, we walk out with the keys.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's right. I feel like if that was the in the TV show, it would have been Rosa picking them up, looking at like the spot on the wall where they're clearly supposed to go, and then saying, "I'll keep these safe," and then continuing on. Clearly, like one
Who
good
knows
choice,
can-
but like not
who
all
knows?
of them.
Yeah.
Anyways, from there we head out with the barely conscious Patrick. He directs the party where to go when we finally light a lantern for him. We run into skeletons and break them apart. They start reassembling themselves. Vaclav hurls the skull off the cliff. Rosa and Winter do the same, notably much farther than Vaclav did, especially Rosa. Patrick expresses concern that the town will have to deal with them, and Vaclav is happy that Patrick finally gets it. Skybramble camp. Vaclav executes the donkey and then cooks it, but not well. One of the campers suggests how to do it better, and Vaclav tells him off.
That's right.
Ursula is the individual down there at the bottom. He's part of the clan Death's Craven. Winter talks to him, and the strange individual tries to persuade him to come down by himself. Gath runs away at the mention of the name Death's Craven. We invent 2 new games, Rock, Bamboo, Elephant, and Vaclav loses that to Rosa. And then Hunter and Dragon
Right.
from Winter and Snowfall playing around when everyone else was sleeping. We head down to the tunnels. Winter goes first through a tight, winding space, run into a skeleton and destroys it. Winter looks down and sees Ursula, who starts to fly up towards him from the 30-foot drop in the cave. And we went to level 5. That was it.
I believe Ursula literally scared a level into the party.
Yeah.
Winter's not scared. He
So,
probably should be, but he's not.
Does everyone here watch, or did everyone watch What We Do in the Shadows?
Yes.
So,
The
like,
movie. Yes.
but not the show?
Not the show.
Some of the show.
Oh, I didn't watch the
The-
movie. I don't think. I only saw the show.
Oh,
The
you
movie's
guys-
amazing.
The movie.
So
Oh my
good.
god. But I'm picturing like Ursula as the Count, and it's just all fucking decrepit and everything after they ignored him for centuries.
Yeah.
Nosferatu, essentially, yes.
Yeah. Maybe not quite as. I'm thinking he's a little more like younger.
Ah, he's a young guy. Okay, he's freaking Lestat.
Or the wings are making me think of the Dracula from the Demeter, Last Voyage of the Demeter. Anybody saw that?
No.
No.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw that.
You and Dina.
Yeah, we did. We saw that.
Yeah, Dina. That was
So
awesome.
did we have? Yeah, we had a order,
Well,
right?
I was gonna go with the order within the tunnel, unless you feel like rolling would make more sense.
That makes sense.
I think this makes
So I
sense.
think
Yeah.
based off of just like situational. And then my other question would be, Were you guys like right up behind all the people, or I was imagining there was like a little bit of space because you guys are like crawling. So which would be like a more accurate representation of your starting locations?
That sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I think this is fair.
Perfect. Then I've also slightly confusingly, of course, made a like horizontal map. Here, give me 1 second to
Yeah.
correctly reveal it. But it's like a little bit off to the south because
I like this map.
well, it doesn't really
That's the
show
new-
like locations particularly well.
Yeah, it doesn't show floor space very well.
It is fun though to do like a side-scrolling platformer.
It is a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops, as I mess everything up. Oh my gosh, hang on.
Yeah. Well.
Apparently, if you accidentally double-click the fog of war, it gets rid of all the fog.
Fog.
Ah. That's why I saw Winter's Spire.
Gotta pee.
Whew. Okay, so then if I zoom out a little bit, it's kind of like over here.
Okay.
And this is what it's only you would see Winter as we're kind of like going like
Yeah.
looking down on a flat. Does that kind of make sense?
Yep. It does. That's
Okay,
awesome.
cool.
Cool.
So the little blue thing is like the opening above that you are kind of like looking at, and would imagine. I
Yep.
guess it would actually be wider because I made it a bit wider than that, didn't I? Yeah. So, but that's like the location of the like the hole directly above. There is also a like light gold little fill line that I kind of lined throughout that represents like what looks like some like tracks like that you might have like a cart or something and push along it, and that wider section is like a little like cart elevator thing that is currently over the black dot there, which is like a shaft going down, like a mine shaft, which I need to put the label on
Cool.
that and not accidentally mark it as fog of war. So that's what you would see.
Cool.
Dan, is there like, I know that I can't see that
Yeah,
yet.
Rosa can't, but you could certainly ask questions about it.
Is it just like, are there any objects in there? How is it lit?
Yeah, so there's no light. There is also like a little small hut that I put on there that's like in brown off to the side. It looks like it's kind of like piled up stuff of like various mining refuse and stone and rock to kind of make more of like a shelter really than like a hut. Off to the corner there. The edges of the room here are kind of like looks like they're like scraped, mined clean. Some of it is like there's like scratch marks and things. Some of it looks like it would have been like blasted or mined, but none of it particularly recently. The ground is like fairly uneven, not enough to be like difficult terrain, but enough where like some patches look like they are like scooped out a little bit or uneven, almost as though like some of the like ore is like getting lifted up out of the ground, and like the ground is like turning into maybe like the skeletons and kind of like taking away some of the like matter and ground with them. So it's like a little pockmarked inside. There's not like stuff like laying around. It's mostly like stones and other material like around the space. There's also two pathways, one to the east, one to the west, as well as that mine shaft going down, if that makes sense.
It does. I guess my question is, are these skeletons, do they look like old miners or adventurers that were trapped there or brought there?
That's a good question. Based on like the amount of time you've seen so far, or overall just like looking narratively through Winter's eyes, I don't think you would know the answer to that question. But you could investigate that more with like more time. But that is like a very good question.
I guess to simplify it, are they wielding weapons that are like traditional weapons, or are they wielding like pickaxes and shovels?
Oh, I see. Good question. They would be wielding like more traditional weapons. that like would be like swords and rudimentary shields that like a skeleton would typically have. But it
Got it.
looks like some of them are like the hilts and the pieces would be made out of like bone material instead of like a different kind of style, or they would be like stone or like very rough metal. I'm thinking like like those really poorly cast parts that like often snap, like kind of like the old like Chinese tools is what I'm thinking of. Like some of the like mace or the pieces might be have that like very grainy texture on them, as though that's kind of like what they would look like. Of course, Rosa wouldn't know that until she like looked closer, but to help paint the
Sure.
picture for Tabby, that's what I would say, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
They went shopping at Harbor Freight weapon store.
Basically, or maybe they like made their own, but poorly. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. So, with that, Ursula is going to sprout his wings and then fly up towards you, Winter. I'm gonna label Ursula. Okay, so I think the best way to do that, I made him taller because it was like showing the height, which doesn't really make that much sense. So I'm gonna like just change that back. He is going to give me a second to see what this looks like. Yeah, we're gonna go. He's gonna fly up to you, Winter, and he is going to with his like sharp claws outstretched. He says, "Welcome to Death's Craving," and he's going to kind of like attempt to grab you with his hands and like maybe with his teeth as well and pull you down. So we're going to do a
Question. If he's got his wings out, he wouldn't be able to get up that high, though, right?
there. He's kind of like swooping with his momentum, pulling his wings in, and then grabbing you with like the apex of his fall, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And then
what do you need from me?
That would be a opposed grapple, which I think is athletics or acrobatics. Up to you.
And doesn't he need to grab me first, though?
Like an attack roll?
I don't think so in the current
I don't
rules.
think so, but we can check if that's what a grapple.
I had a really bad, so I'm sure he wins.
Cool. Mine was fairly good. Then he does grab onto you, and he's going to pull you down, and then, like, with his wings sprouted again, he'll just let go of you.
Can I react to, like, hold on to him?
Ooh, I like that. Sure. That would be like an...
I had an idea, but I didn't get to do my idea.
I like that. Yeah, what's your...
Winter!
Yeah, so Snowfall certainly would see this. Vaclav, Rosa, maybe not Loki, because you have to like look through people, would see that Ursula just grabbed Winter and then pulled him down. I'm thinking like an opposed grapple again, or an athletics or acrobatics, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm right on the edge of. Well, I could see that he's got grabbed and pulled down, and I would be telling Phoenix what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. He does have to roll the attack to hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then the target gets a strength or dex saving throw. The DC is 8 plus attacker strength modifier plus proficiency bonus.
Yeah. So they changed it.
What page? Do you have a page for
that? No, I just pulled it up on.
In the new book, it has like
DungeonsandDragonsFan.com.
It has those little things in the back. I bet it has a grappling section.
They changed the rules then, because that's. But I like the strength of dex saving throw. I have a way better dex save than I have acrobatics or athletics.
So you have to make an unarmed strike, it looks like.
Yeah. 367.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. So then so then if you hit with a grapple, you're automatically grappled.
No, you get a saving throw.
But it says escaping a grapple, they have to use an action.
No, I think if he succeeds the saving throw, then the grapple doesn't start.
You have to be grappled.
There might be different rules. This one says, I'm looking in the player's handbook 367.
Yeah, me too.
They have to, yeah, unarmed strike, and then you can do more if you succeed on that. So he has to hit me out of a deck or AC of 16, and then we do an opposed thing.
But it doesn't say that.
What?
Doesn't even say that.
Right?
I don't know. It's just grappled at that point.
Hmm.
But then the only piece is in that little paragraph. It's not like in the normal combat anywhere.
So
Yes.
on my character sheet under unarmed strike, it says grapple. The target must succeed on a strength deck saving throw, 8+ proficiency bonus, or it has the grappled condition. That's one of the choices I can do when I make an unarmed strike.
Interesting.
And that's your character sheet's on the official D&D thing, right?
Yeah. Why is it different than the player's handbook?
Because monsters have a different. If you look at grappling in the player's handbook, that's for you doing it. That's for a PC.
Yeah.
And then if you go back, there's also grapple rules for monsters.
Where's that?
But wait, that's in the 2014. Let me see. Why is it giving me shit for 2014? I just want.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something up with D&D Beyond, Trav, because I'm having trouble finding 24 content.
I'm fine either. Whatever you want, however you want to do it.
Yeah, the grapple rules for monsters. It doesn't really say anything. That it's just talks about a creature grappled by a monster can use its action to try and escape.
Oh, many monsters have a special attack that allows them to quickly grapple prey. Got it. So because this was me initiating it, I think it says I'm allowed to scone is what I'm reading right there. So it sounds like his grapple is much easier to succeed than a player's grapple, unfortunately for a winter.
Right.
So I'm gonna say that for now, at least the grapple was successful. But we'll go back to he's letting go of you and ending the grappled condition, and you're trying to be nope, right? Which I think is going to be difficult in this case, but not impossible.
There's a 15.
A 15, and what check are you trying to make?
I'm trying acrobatics.
Acrobatics to kind of grab on. Okay, I'm going to see if he's going to try to resist that, and we're going to see how that goes. Ursula kind of lets go of you, and Winter's nope, and kind of grabs on to part of his cloak or his hand. But Ursula is pretty dexterous and is a flyer. Winter, you almost managed to grab on, and it does slow your fall slightly because you tied or got just within. But it's not able to slow you enough. You do crash to the ground, but you do not take any fall damage because you were able to slow yourself a little bit there.
All right.
Okay. Then from there, we're going to go to Winter/Snowfall.
Winter or Snowfall, I'm going to direct him to move, and he's going to jump down onto Ursula.
And that's a bonus action to do that? Or is that just free action? Okay,
yeah.
cool.
No, it's a free to move. I have to direct him to attack. Um, which I guess I'll direct him to like tackle Ursula.
Yeah, that feels more like an attack instead of just a
Yes.
move.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're like,
Yeah.
Snowfall, get him! Sick him!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy.
And is this a grapple or is this like a flyby bite? Or what is.
Um, probably like probably more like a flyby bite. Like try to hit him on the
Okay,
way
perfect.
down. But oh wait, his attack went up because of proficiency. But I think it still probably misses. It is 6 plus 14 to hit.
Ooh. 14 does not hit, unfortunately.
Oh, oops. Then I guess Snowfall probably goes to the ground.
That's what I'm thinking. Now, that would incur fall damage, right? Or does Snowfall have a way to mitigate that?
No, I picture he has like these small wings that don't really, work yet because he doesn't have a fly speed.
Got
So
it.
he's probably trying to use those.
So that looks
to
like a
stop.
40-foot drop, if I'm looking at it. Does that look about right?
Yeah.
Cool.
That sounds
So
right.
then we'll do d6 per 10 feet minus 10. So can you roll 3d6?
Oh no. Ugh. 9,
11. So that would be bludgeoning or fall damage that Snowfall would take, as there's kind of like a sickening crunch at the bottom.
All right. And then
And then Winter still has his action, right?
Yeah, Winter's gonna pull out his short sword with one hand, and then the vial or whatever the potion that he's carrying of holy water in the other. He's gonna attack the skeleton that he's next to. Which I guess should I move to the other
Perfect. I did move to the other one.
screen? Okay.
So it's let's see, that's skeleton 5. So it's definitely a little confusing, of course, because of just the nature of it. But we'll get it to work.
Skeleton 5
Yeah.
then, and I probably miss as well. That is a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Sweet. Then I will use Snowfall to, and this is the silvered weapon if that matters. Snowfall's gonna add cold damage. 7 total.
7 total. Perfect. And then what weapon was that?
Silver
Short
short
sword.
sword.
Perfect. Yep. Solid hit. As you go in, you can kind of hear like the hissing sounds of the other skeleton seemingly like kind of like focus onto you and like start shambling in your direction.
I'm gonna yell up to him, and then end my turn. Be like, come down here, you coward! At him.
Perfect. After that, we're gonna go. Oops, not to that. Over to Vaclav.
All right. So I shout back, through my body here, down the tunnel behind me. Something grabbed Winter, and and then I'm gonna like army crawl forward until I get to that drop.
Yeah, we'll say it's 15. Oh, I guess it would be 10 to get there, or 15 to get there if that's where you're trying to get to.
Okay.
Or are you trying to fall? Or yeah, tell me what's your plan.
So I look down and I see, is Winter prone on the ground?
No, we didn't. I didn't roll for that. He because he was like able to almost catch. He landed like facing up, but it does look like Snowfall
Well,
is there.
he had a turn anyway,
Yes, that's
right?
true,
So
too.
he would have gotten up on his turn. And this vampire thing flapping
Yeah.
around. And I go,
Okay, everybody, put your seatbelts on. Keep it on. Are you ready?
what is
I think that's Carrie.
Oh, you heard something? Sorry.
Yeah, we hear Carrie talking to Finley in the back. That's funny.
So I go, whoa, ugly, who are you? And I'm gonna cast. I got from Arcane Progenitor. I got jump. So I'm gonna cast jump and then sort of, I guess, wedge myself into this chimney and then jump down.
What does jump do?
I could spend 10 feet of movement for a 30-foot jump.
Oh, so are you trying to like mitigate? Like you're using it to like land after a
I'm
jump?
jumping down, right?
Ooh,
Exactly.
a 30-foot. Sure, I like that interpretation. That's very clever. So, or you're gonna. I'm almost thinking you're like stunt person falling as you kind of like do like a land after a jump, and you're like able to fall because of the spell, like uninjured. Is that kind of your goal?
Right. Yeah, I think I land on my feet essentially as if I had just left it.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm thinking you're like, whisper your little primordial words of power as you kind of like, and then you're kind of like, do like a roll and then stand up and like pop, just like you would as like a very fancy jump because of the spell.
Yes. So I'm on the ground. I don't have a weapon because I used my bonus action to cast.
Oh, it's a
jump.
bonus action? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't you be passing through Ursula's threatened space as you're falling? Okay,
sure.
perfect.
Yeah. You want to take a
So I
take a
think
swipe at me?
Ursula would do that, flying through. What's your armor? I think that's going to hit, actually.
My armor class is a 12.
Well, I rolled a 23, so I figured I was good.
Yeah, you're good.
I only see you go down. Like you you kind of fall through this hole, and I'm like, I yell back at Loki and Phoenix. It got 12 too.
You take 4 piercing and
Nice.
7 necrotic damage for a total of 11.
Okay.
As you take the necrotic damage, it seems like some of that energy like flows out of you and almost into Ursula. Do you end your turn?
No, I have an
Oh,
action
that's right.
still.
Thank you.
There's a skeleton right next to me, so I'm gonna blast it with a firebolt.
Perfect. Now, is a firebolt, is that a disadvantage because you're in melee? Or does firebolts not
It's
work
a
like that?
spell, but I don't know. It's a ranged spell attack, so I guess I would be a
Cool.
disadvantage. Right?
Though I actually did not have the skeleton 4 directly next to you on the bigger map below. So if you would allow me, you can have it as regular because I did not mean for them all to be like waiting below exactly.
Okay, so I got a 15
That'll
to
hit.
For 13 damage, fire damage.
13? Yeah, solid hit. That one is definitely below 15 or 50%. It's bloodied.
Okay.
Do you end your turn?
Yes.
All right. Over to Rosa.
I'm gonna army crawl forward to the hole, and look
It's like
down.
about 25 feet, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have the same kind of vision that
But you have dark vision,
Winter-
though.
I do. So I only see, and remind me, I only see dim, correct?
Yeah, you would see everything
It
in
would be-
darkness as though it was dimly lit, which would give you like a disadvantage, but you can still see.
I like to think you see a flash of fire as I do my firebolt.
Oh, yeah,
too.
certainly.
Sure. Okay, so I'm gonna see this, and is Ursula like humanoid size flying
Yes.
around? Yeah, I'm gonna try to attack that flying thing.
How are you attacking?
Yeah, so I am going to use I think what I'm gonna do is I have from my sorcery progenitor trait, I'm going to do a sorceress burst at Ursula.
Cool. I don't know what that is. Is that a spell?
So
Yeah.
it's a spell, and
Cantrip.
it's a cantrip. I cast a sorceress energy, and I'll put it
Perfect.
in the chat for you. So it's got 120 range attack. So I'm going to attack with fire.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
Eight. That's the 14 plus the. That is 14 plus 6. That's a 20.
20 will hit for sure.
And that's 7 fire damage.
Perfect. 7 total. Yeah. Lights up, burns.
Correct.
It hurts him like regular, but doesn't seem to impact his ability to fly or function significantly.
Sure. And then
More for the cult, he says.
I know, right? And I'm like, I'm going to. Oh. I'm also going to. I would like to use. Like, I'd like to start getting my. Are there like rocky protrusions, or is this like a smooth type of tunnel?
The tunnel that you're currently in? I'm picturing this one as like a eroded waterway that has been like slightly enlarged for people like spelunking through, as like making like a fake little opening. So and then as it opens, like I kind of tried to draw it wider, so it's like a larger room used for like the transferring of like the tunnel up of the mine to like move to this level here. So it'd be like a slightly enlarged space, mostly like, you know, mined by humanoid hand, but there'd be like slight rocky protrusions. What's your intention? I could probably help you better there.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get down. So
that's
I'm trying
fair.
to figure out, is it like are there rocky like outcrops? Can I climb down off the side of that like
I mean,
hole
you can
on the
climb
wall?
anything, but this would be like, you know, whatever they call it, like inverted space with like less handholds. So it would be a difficult check, but not impossible.
And then are there larger boulders or anything like, I don't know, climbing
Me
terms?
neither.
Could I dino through a large rocky protuberance?
Is that what you're trying to? You could. I think.
Yeah,
Don't you
so-
only have 5 feet of movement left though?
I do, but that's why I'm trying to figure out what it looks like so that I can plan for the next
Sure.
movement.
Yeah. Also, like based on your current spot, I don't know if you'd actually be able to see it very well. So it might be that you're gonna have to like choose and then because like you'd have to really go 5 feet down and then look to the side. You know what I mean?
Sure. So it's not like flush up against the wall, it's straight from the ceiling with nothing around it. Like how far is the cave wall from the
Sure.
ceiling
So
hole
what I have on the map here was
On the
trying to be
bottom.
like accurate. So if you're on here, you can like, you know, look down, and then this is like where the little spelunky tunnel ends, and then it kind of like goes into a like a wider
into
opening as it like the tunnels kind of like would touch there. So this here is actually like what the ceiling would be. Obviously not quite as jagged because I have my cubes, but it would be like opened from like from a mining. So you could like climb down, but then have to climb this inverted upside down pathway, which would be
Yeah,
difficult.
it's like 15 to 20 feet to the wall. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm going to try to move. I've got 5 more feet of movement. Could I move into that space above?
Like there?
I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
imagining you're kind of like holding to the sides or press. Yeah,
Yep.
totally.
And I'm trying to make myself present so that Ursula's looking at me. I just flamed him, so I want to make myself. I'm like, what are you? What are you? What is this? And I'm trying to give time for Snowfall and Vaclav and Winter, and then that's
Sure,
my
sure.
turn.
Can you do an intimidation check for that?
Sure.
It's huge.
It's huge. Yeah. Uh-huh. Intimidation. As I'm like, my body's shaking because I'm holding myself up. That would be a huge Oh, a
A
7.
7. Yeah, he doesn't seem particularly intimidated. More, he like looks up at you and like licks his lips. More succulent morsels, he would say. Do you end your turn from there, Rosa?
Sure. Is he common? Is that common?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, he's been talking in Winter to Winter in common, which was part of why Winter didn't hold his conversation in high esteem because Winter is a huge language snob, apparently. Perfect. Over to Loki.
So I'm gonna move the 30 feet of movement towards Rosa, and then I am gonna say, "You got this, Rosa. Take him down." Um, I don't know, whatever. And give her bardic
Yep.
inspiration, and then I am going to ready an action to cast hideous laughter if I see that thing again.
Cool. I like it. And it's a D8 for the Bardic.
Yes, bardic inspirations are now D8s.
And you can use it on any check.
So
Or if you want to just put it in the chat,
almost
just so
anything.
that.
Yeah, ability check, attack roll, or saving
Oh,
throw.
so that is anything, then I think, right?
Yeah, pretty much
Got it.
anything.
Cool. That is nice. Perfect. You end your turn there, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
Phoenix
that'll do
/ Ember Owl.
All right, so we're using real time movement in the chasm
Yes.
here. Cool.
Real-time movement.
Hmm?
Nothing.
As in, I only have 30
Correct.
feet. So,
But it's
I
a generous,
think
so you can move diagonally and get every little last 5 feet out of it that you can squeeze is fine.
I could. Let's see. I started. Where was I here? Can I get there?
Be right behind Loki, I
Yeah.
think.
I'd be
I think so.
behind Loki. Yeah, it doesn't really do.
You can
me
always
any.
dash, but
Well, and then I fall. So without
can
that,
you fly, or is that like old school where you get like flying forms later? I don't know how that works.
flying
Got it.
forms later. Yeah. It's I think at 8th level I get swimming and 10th level flying or some
Got it.
shit like that. Okay, anyhow, I get to here. Well, I had a really cool move planned, but it's completely pointless now. So give me a second here. At this point, I have Ember with me, and
I was just picturing Phoenix crawling through. Winter, I'm gonna get you. As he's got like an owl in his like arm, and he's like muttering to his brother. I told Winter he's not supposed to run off without me. Like I just picturing that, you know.
The cinematic move that I had planned was so cool. But next round that'll be great. So I can with my I have to find where are we here? I'm just trying to find out what my familiar can do at this point, because he can do touch things. Okay. Oh my God, this is killing me.
Oh, because you can cast touch. I thought that was only familiars. Or is this a familiar? I thought this was like I can't remember.
Oh no, I can't even fucking make my computer do what I want it to do here. So, okay, that's what I needed right there. Wild Companions, magic action, expend a spell slot, wild shape to cast Find Familiar.
Oh.
Without material components. Okay, so with Find Familiar, that's all I wanted was that. Okay. Telepathic connection, combat. Familiar can't attack, but it can take other actions as normal. Disappearance. Finally, cast a spell within a range of touch. My familiar can deliver the touch. Okay.
Cool.
So that's great. And now let me go back to my spells. Sorry, guys. I literally had a completely different move
No worries. It
planned.
just gives Winter more time to be alive, so it works out.
Yeah. Great. Okay, what do I have that's touch? Okay, jump. That's not gonna help in this situation. And
Vaclav, would you have said anything when you landed next to Winter?
cool. Fucking shit.
I was just curious. As
I don't
Travis was
have
thinking.
I don't have much to do here, so I think that I'll just I'll send Ember in and just tell him like find a good vantage point where you're safe, and I send Ember in there to like find a spot to chill up in the rafters of this cavern to look at what's going on in case I just hang out there and look through his
Sure.
eyes.
What's Ember's movement?
That's a freaking boatload. Let me go to my...
Probably 30, 40, or 60 is what I'm imagining, but I don't know.
Oh, man, I haven't even done it yet. Let me go over here. Owl. Search. Owl. Oops. His flying speed, 60 feet.
Yeah, kind of like right over there, you thinking?
So-
or
Yeah, that's literally where I was looking, so
Cool.
perfect.
All right, Travis, did you use your action?
I don't think so.
Uh,
Unless I don't. Is directing your film
No.
familiar in action? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, Loki,
was-
you're right there. You could always give him an advice or something.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm just crawling up behind you, like...
Yeah, I would say at this point, like, drive in a piton and toss a rope over the edge.
Dude,
Oh, that's a good
okay,
idea.
so... Okay, which is funny because I was writing on my character sheet, grappling
Right, you
hook,
did. You were the one that wanted all
pitons,
that.
stuff, because I was the one that said all that shit. And that was going to be my initial plan, but then I came up with this other move. So I'll go back to the original plan. Thank you, Loki. Play the game, Loki. Okay, so my
Yeah.
action
No, I
is
like that. Actually,
literally
Loki, if you don't have inspiration, go ahead
pound
and
in the
take it from.
piton and
Oh, sorry.
go-
Didn't mean to talk
Yeah.
over you, Travis.
So I'm just going to pound in the piton, and then I'm going to loop my rope over it. I'm not trying to tie my rope to the piton. I'm putting a loop around it so that it hangs on that, so that, and this is just so everyone knows what's going on. That way we can go down, and we might have to tie two ropes together to make this work, but we can go down, and then when we're down there, we can pull the rope, and we don't lose our ropes hanging up there. Of course, we want a way to get out too, huh? I don't know.
We might want to leave one behind. I suspect there might be another path out of this place.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's it. I drive a piton and loop my rope.
So when you're looping it, so that if you pull the rope, it doesn't hold. Can you? I don't understand the looping.
Okay, so here's my piton in the ground, and here's a rope that's going like this. One end.
Oh,
One
is that so that
so
you
that
could
when
like take
you're at
both of
this
them down
end-
with you?
Yeah. So you go down, you're holding both sides, but then when you're at the bottom, then you can just pull one side and the other end
Got it.
follows. You don't lose your rope.
Yeah.
Basically-
I don't know
Blade.
how much action it would be to also then like toss that rope over the edge.
Whatever, I don't know. Just freaking... I throw the rope up there.
I
in
think
front
you
of me.
could throw it. Loki and Rosa are both kind of blocking the pathway. You could certainly hit Loki with the rope, with the two strands.
Well, that's what I'm assuming is I'm starting it.
yeah,
Here
yeah,
you go.
that
Like,
totally
they
makes sense.
shuttle it forward and hang it down on their turn. Interact with object. I drop the rope down the hole.
Perfect. Okay, then back to over to our skeleton's turn. I'm going to move over to the flat map with our skeletons here. Skeleton 5 is next to you, Winter. I'm going to label Ursula as in flight currently.
Snowfall's down there too.
I forgot about that. Thank you. Token, Snowfall. And Snowfall fell and didn't move. Oops, not another Vaclav. That would not be very fair. So probably like there, or where are you thinking Snowfall?
Realistically, probably right under the hole.
Oh yeah.
Or
I was
right
just
under
thinking not
Ursula.
there, because then I'll forget that the hole is there. So just like if you were to pick a 5-foot spot around the hole, you can move Snowfall where you like. Okay, perfect.
Probably like
That
right
works.
there.
Okay, all right. Skeleton 5 is going to attack you, Winter. What's your armor class?
16.
Cool. First, Skeleton's going to hit for 7 piercing.
Alright.
Ooh, just barely. Skeleton 6 is going to move up to you, Winter, and attack. It's going to hit again for
No.
8 piercing.
Oh man. Good thing we leveled up.
See, I knew he shouldn't have leveled up. Skeleton 1's going to move against Snowfall, but not enough to attack. Skeleton 3 is going to move up and attack Vaclav. Vaclav, what's your armor class? 12.
12.
That one's going to hit for, oh wow, 12 piercing. Well, good thing you found out your spell gives you more hit points. That goes that.
What kind of weapons are they using?
They're using like
Like a scone on
exactly. It's like it's a blueberry scone, kind of on the end of a stick like that. Yeah.
a stick? Okay.
Yeah. No, they're like these are. That's I forgot about that. That's a good question. They're like a myriad. This one was probably like some kind of mace like thing. Is the one that like hits you with it. And then that was the Skeleton 3. Skeleton 4 just attacked you. Wait, did I hit you once or twice or what? Once.
Once.
Perfect. The second one attacks you and also hits. This one does 7 piercing, has a longsword. And Skeleton 2, it can also reach you. I mean, you did dive into the skeleton den, so it's not totally...
They're labeled skeleton and not lich. Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, I've also not rolled below a 16 on my dice. So then this last skeleton will also hit you for 8 piercing.
Holy fuck.
How do you look?
I mean, I'm looking rough, of course. You know.
Okay.
Oh.
Then above, back to Ursula's turn. What is Ursula going to do?
I'm still yelling at Ursula. You fallen angel!
Yeah, you did try to intimidate him and failed already, though. So I don't think he was particularly impressed by you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. Let's see. He's gonna build his coven first. So he's going to fly down and land next to Winter. He'll kind of land in the spot that he's at. Oops, let me move my little screen so he's no longer in flight. And then he's going to first use his claw attack. Yours armor class is 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll swipe at you, but Winter, you aren't affected this time. Barely dodge out of the way. Then he will attempt to bite you. He is successful. He's going to deal 4 piercing and 4 necrotic. Oh man, my rolls weren't as good there. For a total of 8.
Okay.
And he'll say, "Welcome to
Was
the
down
cult."
there now?
He's not fun.
Okay, moving on. He finishes his turn. Now it is Winter.
Where does he finish his turn? Because right now I see him flying.
It's because I have 2 different maps and I only updated one. He's still in the same XY location, but he would be now down on the ground in similar spot as Snowfall, confusingly.
So yeah, he's down.
Okay.
As he's like
I see it now.
recoiling from biting me, I would like to shove the full bottle of holy water into his mouth.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're trying to use like the
It's not
bottle
open,
as a
I'm
melee attack, or what's?
Yeah. I want to shove like the I picture like a small like bottle, right? And as he's like just recoiling, shove that into his mouth.
Yeah. I'm just curious, like, how would I translate that to dice? Would you go like unarmed
I'd assume
attack
like a
or melee?
melee
Okay,
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And are you trying to like get it to shatter, not to just break his teeth on it, right? Or what do you?
No, I just want to put it in his mouth so he stops talking.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I rolled really bad. All right, I'm gonna use my inspiration. Damn it. Not very good. What is my unarmed? That is a 13.
13. Yeah, I think you can certainly attempt to do that. You try to push it in. He's quick though, so he's like, no, keep that away, as he kind of dodges away and gets ready for his next bite. Don't you have 2 attacks though?
Oh. I didn't do it last time. I totally forgot.
Darn it! Shouldn't have said
Level
anything.
4. Damn it.
Baby.
I will attempt again. No, even worse.
Oh my gosh. Winter, you're shaken up after falling like that.
Yeah, really bad. Snowfall is going to move to his other side and I guess attempt to.
And Snowfall
fight
can
him.
attack without you
Hey.
directing. I can't remember how that works. Can you remind?
That's my bonus action.
Oh, that makes
Sorry.
sense because you still have a bonus
He-
action. Right.
Yeah. 2. So he only does 5, I think,
5 cold.
damage. It is it's piercing actually.
Perfect. It seems like it does less damage than you would imagine.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Perfect. From there, and how does Winter look if you were to give him like a rough percentage of hit points?
Bloodied, more than half dead.
Okay, it's below 50% total. Cool. Yeah, anyone that can
Yeah.
see Winter would certainly know that. Vaclav?
I'm also
Also
I
bloody.
forgot I have.
Perfect.
Damn it.
Ken, do you want to do something else quick or?
No, I should have done it on my last turn when he hit me.
Oh,
I
your
forgot I
hellish
have
rebuke.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll probably hit you again.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Vaclav, your turn.
All right. So at this point, I'm kind of backing up as they're stabbing me and everything, and I'm going, "Hey, guys! Can we talk about this? Hang on. This cult thing sounds all right. No, all right. Well,
Well, then stop fighting back to join.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna stop fighting back in just a second, and then I'm gonna summon my my greatsword into my hand in a flash of lavender flame. And again, it's right from the forges. It's glowing, and hopefully I'm gonna do something with it.
Hopefully.
So that I'm gonna start with that wounded skeleton.
Yeah, that is skeleton number 4. That'll hit.
19 to hit. $11 radiant damage.
Oh, right, it's radiant.
Yeah.
I forgot about that part. Okay. That's a greatsword, or what weapon was it?
That's a
Yeah,
greatsword.
as you do, it kind of carves right through the skeleton, kind of like slices it in half, falls apart, and kind of crumbles to the ground. It is just a pile of bones at that point.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to continue my swing into skeleton 3 there. Yeah, 20
That'll hit.
something, 23 to hit. Oh, max damage, very nice.
Yeah.
So 12, 16 radiant damage.
Wow. 16
Nice.
radiant also detonates that skeleton. It falls into
Nice.
a pile of bones.
And the blade rewards me with a little bit of
Oh,
energy.
right. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I guess Uncle Vaclav is here, Winter, so might be okay. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go, Rosa, help! We need your.
Perfect.
That is literally a first of the entire
It
campaign
could
so
be.
far of Vaclav going, I need help.
It only took being surrounded in skeletons and a vampire to change his mind to that.
The skeletons that are using pots and pans that deliver 13d8 damage.
They're very sharpened pots and pans.
Exactly. It's the rust that gets you.
Right. I didn't say you had to make a Constitution saving throw for tetanus. That's I'm representing that
That's right.
damage. Perfect. Vaclav, to you and your turn. Perfect. Vaclav
Yes.
to Rosa. Rosa, you can hear Vaclav crying out to you.
That scares the shit out of me. He never asks for help.
Tabby, you are a little quiet. If you could talk a little closer to the mic, maybe, or I don't know what's weird.
Yeah. So I'm going to how close? Like you spent your action, securing the rope, right, Phoenix?
Yep.
And
Oh,
okay,
yeah, let me.
And I
my
passed it up.
Yeah, he passed it to
Passed
Loki.
it. okay, I'm going to. All right. Here's what I would
Yeah.
like to do. I would like to move here and I'm gonna grab the rope and I'm like, as an action, I'm going to secure the rope to myself. And I was like, I look back really quickly and I'm like, you guys got me, and I'm diving down.
Yes.
Got it. Now, when you say secure, are you
Yep.
like, like free falling and then catching yourself at the end? Are you like rappelling down? Can you tell me a little more?
Okay, so my intention is like I'm really freaking out because Vaclav
Yeah, for
never
sure.
asks for help. So my intention is I'm going to attempt to land on Ursula.
Oh, got it. So you're not really slowing your fall. You're dive bombing onto
Nope.
Ursula. Cool. I
Yep.
like that. And you're tying the rope to yourself with the ability to climb up later, not to like slow your fall in any way.
Correct. Or like if worse comes to worse, my intention is they've got me.
Oh, they can
and
always pull you back.
If all I can do is grab them, then we can get lifted up and they'll figure out how they're gonna lift me up.
That's not
With
in
two other
Rose's.
people.
I mean, the two strongest characters,
Yeah.
obviously.
Right, yeah.
I picture Phoenix
I'll be like,
summoning
Ember,
his brother
come give
and
us
the
a
owl
hand.
all pulling together.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, so
it was.
Go ahead.
The rope was
Yes.
doubled, right?
The rope was doubled. I
And it's a
know that's
50-foot
how.
rope, right?
Yep, it's 25 feet. Full
Uh,
length. It's like 10 feet into the freaking cavern.
yeah. So she's gonna end up dangling 15
that's
feet.
what
down.
I'm thinking would happen, right? How tight are you tying yourself?
Right.
To be fair, I'm like, you got me, and I tied it like it's not a lot of time. I'm like, I'm diving out, so I don't. It's not like I sat there and did like a some kind of sailor knot. It just a double,
Well, I mean,
like a.
Okay, so let's just look at this. I looped it over. I threw the rope forward. Freaking Loki, between Loki and her, she's freaking grabbing it. She grabs an end. She ties it around herself. I don't think she's necessarily tying both ends around herself.
No.
She just ties
Right.
the fucking rope to herself. I'm like, you got me. Ah! And she falls out.
And then
like,
Phoenix is like, wait, I didn't tie these. Cool.
So then Phoenix
falling off.
and Loki grab the
That,
rope.
that's what I would ask afterwards. So now that I think we've established Rosa's only tied one end around herself. The center of the rope-ish is where Phoenix wrapped around the spike. And it's like goes as soon as she leaves, and Phoenix is just like I picture her and then looks to Loki and then looks back, and then we're going to find out what he does in a minute. But first I want to know about Rosa. Rosa, are you like diving out with your great sword, like intending to at no saving yourself, just like slash Ursula? Is that your intention? That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah, like I'm like gotta get in there, and I'm attempting to land on top of Ursula.
Ursula. Yeah. Yeah, totally. So I'm like, I think there'd be some kind of like a check for that.
Sure.
Maybe like an athletics check with advantage because of your jump. I want to know how close you are to Ursula.
So that would be nice. A 19, 20, 21, because I'm using my bardic inspiration.
Nice.
And plus athletics would be...
Perfect. I was also going to ask you to make an attack roll. So if you wanted to use those things for that, you could use it. It's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, that's the 19 plus the 6 alone, that's a 25 athletics check. I also do have the charger feat.
What's that?
And I feel like this
For
is
sure.
definitely
What does
a
it
charger.
do? I don't know the effects of the charger feat.
So with a charger feat, if I make a move at least 10 feet in a straight line towards a target immediately before hitting a melee attack roll, I can choose an additional effect, which is like gain an additional damage.
Oh, cool, sure. I think that would certainly trigger. I was like, well, technically it's a parabola, and not. No, I'm just teasing.
Yep.
Yeah,
I was waiting
right.
for it.
No, that would have been the old Dan. I'm moving to rule of cool Dan, right? So I like it. Then you're landing.
Cool, we level up!
I had a little close for that. Then, then why don't you go ahead and make a attack roll with advantage, I think, because of your falling. Well, first, okay, you're going to go out. The rope is going. You are aiming towards Ursula, and your aim is nearly perfect. Okay, cut briefly back up to Loki and Ember. Loki and Phoenix, sorry. And you saw Rosa tie the rope to herself fairly well, dive out of the hole, and now the rope that's like looped around the little spike is going vzz, and you have a reaction, both of you, to say, do something. What would you be doing in that moment?
I think I would be like, let her go. She's crazy. She knows what she's doing.
I mean, quite honestly, so I'm trying to be like in character about this, because we already know, like, if we grab it and stop it, it fucks up her attack, but that thing starts going away, and Phoenix is like, nope. Because first thing that came to my mind was, ouch, as the rope goes through his tiny little hand. Ouch! Or he actually successfully grabs it, and then Dan says,
"That's the only one I was thinking." Smashes into Loki, pulls both of you down. I don't know, right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, he goes whipping around. But all three of us land on Ursula.
Right, exactly.
Which also puts Rosa on top of her greatsword, which
exactly.
Oh yeah, she spears him, and then Loki spears it harder, and then Phoenix lands on the top.
Yes. So there may be, just for thematics, some like moment of like, oh shit, and grabbing the rope, and then it's fucking
and like
Yeah, I think though that would be
unintentionally,
athletics. Go ahead and make your check.
Yeah, I fail mine. That's just automatically. I know there's no way I'm grabbing that rope and stopping her from going down.
Right. Though I
nope.
think though there's a chance that you grab the rope, but I don't think your body is enough to stop her. So you can like move.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even. I think that like he. I mean, if you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean, if that's
it,
Phoenix's
then for
intention.
Sure. My intention just literally thematics is like ow and fucking let's go instantly. Like there's no intention.
How about he gets dragged 5 foot forward and let's go?
We can do that. That's
Cool.
whatever.
That works. I like the idea of it pulling everybody down, but
we could do that.
well, that's why
I mean,
if the check is super high, you never know what the dice tell you. You know.
Yeah. Cool. Let's do it. That's pretty fucking high. 14 minus 1.
Yeah, that's
13.
okay. I think definitely you would grab it. I think it would pull you. I don't think it would really affect Rose's trajectory very much. It would certainly pull past. The rope is 50 feet. Is that right?
Yeah.
Perfect. It goes like wraps around and like it goes past the python and it is now loose. And you are just holding the end of the rope, and you've got it on, but it's going to lift you up, and it's going to pull you into Loki. Loki, can you make an athletics saving or athletics check? It'd be an advantage because you're prone.
Okay.
If you're unless you want to go with it.
Yeah, the advantage didn't make much difference. So 13. And I think all I'm trying to do is just not get pushed over the edge.
Yeah, you do get pushed, unfortunately. You get pushed all the way to the edge. But you manage to stop yourself as you're kind of like floating over as Phoenix is like crushed into you and Phoenix finally loses his grip.
Oh my god. All right. Then at this point, I'm not looking at going down there.
Well, that was just your reaction, so we'll come back to you. But you're definitely, you're kind of like Rosa was. You can easily keep yourself up there without falling down.
Okay.
Perfect. Rosa, you hear the rope go zzz, and you hear some yelling and shouting as people crash into you above, and the rope kind of lands around you and coils up. However, your like beeline attack is undisturbed. Go ahead and make your attack roll at advantage.
Yes.
I did,
with the
and
charge.
I fucking crit.
Nice. Good thing you don't have bends to the left.
So,
but still probably lots of damage.
I know, right? It is. So let's see, actions. It's a D8 plus so that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 plus the 8.
And my understanding is if you use your...
It's the 22.
What's it called? Your extra damage stuff. It also counts towards the crit rules, right? And you can choose that after you've rolled the crit, which is crazy in my mind.
Yup, and I am going to be divinely coming through as a divine being of... I'm not quite sure who is our person. Istis. Of Istis. I am coming in with that searing smite, and excuse me, divine smite, because that one is the bonus action one. Oh, okay. 3d8, so 4d8.
Snowfall uses his reaction to add a d6 of cold as well.
I picture Snowfall and probably Winter see the flying strike and they're just like, oh my, so cool.
Winter's like, so cool.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
32.
I picture him thinking like, I didn't know you wanted to be a dragon too. Like, as she's flying down.
Holy
Or he
crap.
just yells
Okay,
out,
so it's-
"Dragon strike!"
Dragons.
Yeah.
That's
So
how we
it
do
is-
it.
Or Hunters
Clan
of
Dragon.
Dragons, yeah.
The Dragon Clan.
48 divine and slashing.
Is it divine or radiant?
Great sword energies. Radiant, sorry.
So wait, it's 48 radiant plus something else?
Radiant divine. That's just the full. That's not even with the rolls yet.
Oh, well, kind of, yeah. I need to know the full, yeah.
Okay, so then we have, gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 10 plus 9, 19. 19, 20, 21, 27, 27, and 48. Oh my God. I need to literally.
75.
So 75 divine radiant slashing damage. I'm also very, very aware I'm going to also have to take some damage
Yes,
myself.
you will.
As
Did you do the cold from Snowfall? D6?
plus another D6. 75. No, just the one. 75
No,
plus.
but you rolled it, so that would also.
No,
Yes,
oh no,
not
that
the
was
crit
his.
rolls.
That's
I don't
his.
think.
Never mind.
Yeah,
But
so
that was
another
max.
another cold 6.
Got it.
So 70, 80, 81
total.
total.
Damage. Not bad.
Perfect. You
Nice.
kind of slice down, like, with the rope going behind you, and Winter looks up at you as you kind of slice, like, directly into, like, the center of mass of Ursula as your, like, sword sticks through. He, like, shudders, falls back, regains his composure, but you would guess less than 10% total hit points. As he like, in shock, like, looks at you and the sword as you kind of, like, pull it back out.
Well, actually, she slams.
Oh
me
yeah,
down.
then you kind of like slam right into the
Yeah.
ground afterwards. So yeah, make a I think it's no, it'd be 3D 6. I'll roll it for you. Oh darn, not very good.
So she does this amazing attack as she's falling to the ground. She fucking smashes into the ground. She's just lying there, and she just goes.
It's like
Exactly.
You only took 5 bludgeoning damage. I rolled very poorly, so you're
Oh.
actually seem to fall fairly well.
I mean, I'm trained for that. So
Still great when Baklav's like, help me. Help me, Rosa. She fucking impales to the ground. He's like, oh shit.
Perfect. Now, Rosa, don't you have a second attack? Okay.
I do.
So is there anything else on your
Oh,
turn,
yes.
or anything else you want to do?
Yep. So I'm like, nobody ignores me, and I go to
Yeah.
slash with my greatsword again.
Nice.
From
Yeah, I think
prone?
you probably have to stand
Um,
up first. I would imagine.
Yeah.
No, don't you just attack with disadvantage if you're in
You
prone?
would.
But she could just use half her movement to
I would
stand
just
up.
stand up.
Yeah, cool. You guys got this.
So that's does an 18 hit?
18 does hit.
And then
Nice.
that would be another 2d6. 6 plus my 4. That's the 10. Another 10 slashing damage with my plus
Perfect.
1 greatsword.
10 damage. Falls. You hit Ursula again, slicing through center of mass with another cut. This time he falls to the ground, crumples. There's a brief moment where he has a shocked expression on his face, and he kind of falls to the ground. And the spot that you sliced with the radiant damage is still kind of like sizzling around in his flesh.
So he stays there as a corpse.
He does.
Um, like, I'm here, Vaclav. I'm here.
I kind of like break away from the skeletons for a moment and I stare at you. And I go, thanks. I you probably had that,
I thought you were the
Oh
healer.
my god.
Perfect. Rosa, do you end your turn after ruining all of my plans? Okay, perfect.
Yep.
I like how you're just like, oh, the skeletons are too hard, and then you're like, actually, we'll just kill everything in one round, and then
I want to suggest inspiration
yeah,
for
absolutely. If
Rosa
you don't have
for,
it,
ruining all
definitely.
Dan's plans.
Absolutely.
definitely. Cool. Over to Loki.
Loki's jaws just wide open. What the hell did she just do?
He just turns around. He's like,
Right. And seeing that Winter's in pretty rough shape, I will cast Healing Word on Winter. 6 + 4, 10 points of healing damage.
Nice.
And then are there any of the skeletons that look like they've already been hurt that are still up?
5's hurt.
Yes, 5 is hurt.
5 is hurt.
And
All right.
3 and 4 are dead. I believe.
Yeah. So it's skeleton number 5 is, look, what a sad bag of bones, and cast Vicious Mockery, which is it has to make a wisdom save, 15.
Fails.
All right, so it takes 4 damage and has disadvantage on its next attack.
Perfect.
All right, so that's action, bonus action. I'm just pretty much gonna stay. I think just from the mechanics of what's happening with where we're at, because Phoenix is small. Do I see, like, can he easily get past me, or do we need? Okay. Yeah. So I'll just end this right here. I figure I can do more from up here than dropping and trying to fly like everyone else. Like, shout, tieflings don't fly, you morons!
Or you do have an action, right? So you could always have a readied action or anything if you wanted.
No, the cantrip was the action, and the healing.
Oh, what was
the
your cantrip?
The Vicious Mockery.
Yep, cool. Do you end your turn?
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
it.
Over to Phoenix. Phoenix, I'm going to say because you're small and you were smashed in, you also saw Rosa's flying leap, because I would hate for you to miss it too.
yeah, that was amazing. So I've got the freaking rope in the end of the rope in my hand, and 50 feet of rope.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was more than that. It's literally you're just being pulled against Loki, and it's still attached to her.
Yeah. So the rope does me no good. So I guess I'll use my action to drive a new piton into the ground and tie the end of the rope off, and then I'd like to. I mean, we're still in melee down there, but I don't see a better way of getting down. Or you know what? Nah, I wouldn't do that. Phoenix wouldn't do that. He's not that brave.
I could see that.
Seeing as there are targets that we can see, like, I would just aim at what looks to be the most threatening.
The skeleton 5 is injured. There's no other uninjured or no other injured skeleton.
Okay, so I'm trying to. The freaking names are completely overlaying.
Yeah.
All of.
If you want to just tell me which one or what are you looking for?
I basically I can't really see, where everything is because literally the names are
You just-
across all of this
you
shit.
have
Yeah,
to
if
So,
you
in.
if you
honey, that's it. I can't
or if
zoom
you
in
look at
anymore
the
on this
shared
computer.
one, I zoomed in on mine. Maybe that's helpful.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, look at
okay,
the
cool. Now I can't read what those are. Skeleton one, skeleton. Is there one that looks like it's fucking gonna hurt someone the most? Like, who's next to Vaklov? He's the most fucked up,
Skeleton
right?
5.
So, so yeah. So I just aim at skeleton 5 and use firebolt and. Okay, very good. That is a
That'll hit.
19 to hit, so 2d10. Let's get you guys. Ooh, for 19 fire damage.
Cool. That'll blast it and kill Skeleton 5.
Okay, so skeleton 5 is gone, and then so let me see. I had a bonus action spell that I was considering. But I don't think that is in play anymore. Yeah, that doesn't. No. That's it. That's what I do. I'm just going to take aim at another one now.
Perfect.
I did say I
Yes.
tied off. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so
And
tied
I'm
off the
going
rope.
like
That's where we're at.
if you tie off your character in a fantasy world, you can tie a knot, and it's not a check that, unless
Yeah.
like someone pulls on the rope or breaks. Obviously, yeah.
Right.
Cool. Over to my turn. The skeleton's turn. There's a couple still left. It looks like skeleton number 2 is going to attack Vaklov, who has an AC of 12, and it's going to barely hit with its sharpened frying pan for 7 piercing. Skeleton 1 looks like it's next to Snowfall. Yeah, we're going to attack Snowfall. What's Snowfall's armor class? 17. Ooh, it still hit though. Wow. For only 5 piercing damage. And Skeleton 6 is going to attack Winter. 1, 2, 6. That's all that's left, I think. Yes. Perfect. And Winter's armor class is 16. And it'll miss. The Skeleton 4 and Skeleton 3, the remains next to you, Vaklov, they're starting to kind of like move back together and kind of like conglomerate into like a larger grouping of bones.
Okay, even though I took him down with radiant
Yes,
damage.
it seems like that like slowed the rebuild, but they're kind of like slowly starting to move back. If you recall, you kind of had to like deal a significant amount of radiant before it would like totally stop. Perfect.
Yeah.
To Ursula's corpse remains the same as it was. There's no similar movement on Ursula in that space. Back to next from the top of the order, looks like Snowfall and Winter.
So
All right.
just because I love chaos and I'm terrible, I'm going to point out that there's a couple of skeletons that were downed by non-radiant damage, including one that's up in the tunnel.
Now, I thought the one in the tunnel, someone like did a bunch of blasting. So I think that one's like.
Well, that was the intent.
Oh, but we ran out of time.
And then Winter just kept going forward and like.
No, thanks for reminding me because it.
Yeah, cool.
I just want to give you something to do up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna say, hold this rope.
Yeah, with the rebuilding, 4 and 3, cool. Then there was that skeleton's remains. Did we just do a couple blasting and then Winter kept going? Is that what happened? I don't remember. That's why I'm asking. How did we deal with that skeleton that was in that little area?
Ken, what do you remember?
I thought you guys hit it as Winter moved forward, but I might
If
be
Winter
wrong.
didn't, then did someone else?
Winter did not. Winter doesn't have radiant damage.
I was intending to create a hammer doing radiant damage, but I thought I remembered from last session Winter just continuing forward and initiating an encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, then-
that's kind of what I remember too. Like we know we gotta pulverize their skulls,
or
but
anything else fast because I'm
I
really
don't
busy.
remember if we actually did.
Cool. Then yeah, the one I think up there is definitely going to reform as a skeleton. I'm going to call him Skeleton 0. And with that, he's going to charge up towards Phoenix and end his turn.
Sucker.
Perfect. Over to Winter and Snowfall.
All right, Winter. The only one next to me is 6, right? That's up.
Correct.
All right, I will attack it twice. Yeah, really bad, and then
14
14
hits.
to hit. The second one. All right, I'm gonna have Snowfall add his D6 at cold, and that is a total of 9 damage.
9. Perfect.
And then Snowfall will, I guess, attack Skeleton 1, and 10. No, 10 to hit.
Barely misses, unfortunately.
All right, that's it. I'm
Perfect.
done.
Over to whoever's next. Looks like Vaclav.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep chopping up skeletons. So I'll go after skeleton 2 there. It's a hit.
That'll hit.
22. Yep. And, no, not good damage though. 8 radiant.
Nearly kills it, but not quite enough.
All right, so I'll finish it. Another hit, the 20,
Wow.
dirty 20. And 7, 11 more radiant
Perfect.
damage.
Yep. Skeleton 2 slices into pieces, falls to the ground, and the radiant damage seems to stave off the movement for a moment at least.
And then if I can, as a bonus or free action, can I pick up a
Yeah, absolutely.
skull? All right. So yeah, I'll pick up a skull and just kind of toss it, across the room. just,
Perfect. Which
just as I said, I probably don't even pick it up. I probably just kick it across
sure
the room.
bounces against the wall over there.
Yeah. Is that a free action or a bonus action?
Skeleton 2 skull.
That'd be like a movement interact with object.
I
kind
think
of
so,
thing,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then as a bonus action, I'm gonna hex skeleton 1, and I'm gonna penalize its. What was it to save against Loki's mean
Wisdom,
comments?
I believe.
Wisdom. I'm gonna penalize its wisdom.
Perfect. Do you end your turn from there?
Yeah.
All right. Over to Rosa.
I am going to move forward into Skeleton 6's space and swing away. And that would be 15 to hit.
hits.
And that is 6 and 4. That's 10 plus 4, 14 plus 1 damage. Or magical weapon damage.
Perfect. That kills Skeleton 6.
And I go back to the map. That was 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20. And then I'm gonna walk. Can I walk atop the
Of course.
remains? Okay. And hack away for my second attack on Skeleton 1. 11.
Unfortunately, barely misses.
Okay. I tripped
You
up.
have your bardic inspiration.
I used that when I
Oh, did you?
Damn.
yeah. When I went
Yeah.
sailing. And that is
Perfect.
my turn.
Over to Loki.
All right, I will. I look at Skeleton One and I'm like, yeah, you guys really are just a bag of bones. And vicious mockery. So it's a wisdom save
And it has
15
disadvantage, I
at
believe.
disadvantage.
So he's extra
Right.
susceptible to criticism. He fails.
All right. So it's 2. Oh, wait. I think I've been doing less
Oh,
damage
it leveled up
than.
as a cantrip. I could see that.
Right. It doubled. Okay. So 2 and 4. So 6 points of damage and disadvantage on its next attack if it gets one.
Yep. It's near death, not
and
quite
then-
enough. Wasn't quite as cutting words as you were hoping.
Yeah. Well, I don't exactly deal a ton of damage. And then between Vaclav and Winder, who needs more help right now?
Vaclav.
Vaclav.
All right. I will cast Healing Word on Vaclav for 7 plus 4, 11 points of healing.
Thank you.
Vaclav. And yeah, for the skeleton that's right here, we'll figure him out. That'll do it.
Perfect. From Loki over to Phoenix. Phoenix, you have a new friend.
Yeah, I hear this freaking scraping coming together and all this, and then here comes the skeleton, and he's right over me. And I just look at him and I say, not so fast. Ooh, thunder wave.
Oh my god, so loud.
So fucking loud where everyone's deaf.
Oh God, yeah.
The fucking cavern caves in. It's chaos. This is for you, Ian.
Yeah.
Sure. It's a saving throw, right?
So his saving throw is con against 14.
Fails.
Okay, so that is dos ochos. 142 damage or 6.
6 thunder. Cool.
6 force damage, and that was weak as hell, dude. But he is pushed 10 feet away.
That's right.
If you guys could hear the noises that are emanating from Tanner's room right now, it's
Oh yeah.
very
Always.
disturbing.
That's always fun.
Oh my god! Right now it's I don't know what, but great. Okay, so there's that. He's pushed 10 feet. He gets hurt, and so the rope is tied off now, and I just look at Loki and go, "You guys got me!" And I drop down the rope, sliding down the rope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, make an athletics check.
That's what I'm known for.
15, nice. I think that's certainly enough to go down the rope very nicely.
Cool.
Do you land on me?
Yeah, of course I land on you.
Okay.
Are you trying to like knock her over, or are you just trying to drop as you get to her?
No, I'm just trying to get down to the ground without dying.
She's actually not in that space.
Well, the rope is
anymore,
still
right?
tied to her though, so I'm imagining wherever Phoenix goes.
Oh, that's
It's-
right.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. It's
I dip flying down
That's-
into her.
I was hoping that he failed, so that it'd be like zzz, crash, and knock her over or something into the skeleton. But that was actually a pretty good roll.
Yes. Yeah, the roll was better than the final result.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Oops, I accidentally grabbed another Rosa. That's not what I wanted.
hell is he
I don't
doing?
know. He's just being a jackass. Okay, so I did use a spell slot.
We'll put you right there.
On top of me?
Yeah, what square are you intending on moving to once you get to Rosa? You can move any adjacent square. I put you in a
Jeez
spot if
Louise,
you want to
where?
move it.
Yeah, let me. Where? Oh, I have to go here. What the fucking? Okay, let's go here. So much editing for Dan afterwards when I'm speaking. Okay, let me zoom in again. All right, I'm right now here. I came down. Rosa's there. There's a skeleton there. I think that yeah, he's not exactly known for his athletic prowess. He would have just gone straight down, essentially, and then let go
Perfect.
and hit the ground.
Cool.
So right there is good.
And then you end your turn, right? Perfect.
Yes, I do.
Back to the skeletons. All right. If I recall, Skeleton 4 and Skeleton 5 were the first killed, right? And Skeleton 5 was not killed with Radiant, because I believe Winter killed that one, right?
Correct.
Cool.
Yes.
Skeleton 5 reforms out of its bones from the ground and continues attacking where it was before, towards Winter. Winter, your armor class is 16, right?
16.
Okay, solid hit. For...
I'd like to Hellish Rebuke. 8 Hellish Rebuke. So it needs to make a dex save 13.
Well, you still take the damage, though, unless it dies. Is that how that works? Oh, okay,
No, I
perfect.
still take the damage.
That was 10 piercing, and it failed its save.
Okay. It takes 8 fire damage.
Perfect. Okay, and then that was 5, and then 4 as well. That one was, but it was an extra turn, so I think it's coming back this round as well. Skeleton 4 is going to reform and grab its weapon and pieces that it has and attack you again, Vaclav.
So 4 and 3 went down at the same time by radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the same round as Skeleton 5?
I think so.
God, I think I may have supposed to have brought Skeleton back last round. So I think 3 and 4 are also coming back then. Yeah.
Super.
Perfect. Swings at you, Vaclav. Skeleton 4. It hits for only 5 piercing. And Skeleton 3 also reforms. Swings at you, Vaclav. Your armor class is 12, is that correct?
That's correct.
For 6 piercing.
All right.
Rosa, you are
Yes.
standing on Ursula's corpse.
I am.
Can you make a perception check for me?
Sure. That would be a whopping
10?
10.
Yeah, I think as you're fighting, you saw Phoenix kind of like land next to you. But as you did, though, you were kind of like standing on part of maybe Ursula's arm or something, and you swear you felt it like
Okay.
move beneath your boot.
I have a question. Did I see the attack of Ursula on Winter when Winter jabbed the holy water into Ursula's
Winter
mouth?
was not
Fine.
successful in either of his attempts at that.
Okay.
And I believe
got
you
it.
would have seen him punching a bottle at his mouth a couple times. I don't know if that was right before you did your dive bomb.
Right. Oh yeah, because that was
Yes.
like right above the hole. So where is the holy water right now, Winter?
And Winter's hand still.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Perfect. Oh, because does that mean you have a short sword and a holy water?
Yeah, I'm holding a short sword in one hand and a holy water in the
Cool. The classic undead dungeon
other. I said
double
that the
fisting. Got it.
first turn. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Back to Winter and Snowfall.
With Winter, because he has blind sight, does he like see this thing twitch, the corpse?
I would say something if like when you landed on me, I would
Yeah,
have
go ahead
said
and reply.
it's moving.
Yeah, certainly Winter, especially with
But
that
it's moving?
pointing it out. I don't think blind sight gives you like super perception. I don't think you like would notice things, that you wouldn't notice normally.
But I could like be facing one way and still see
Yes.
what's happening behind me.
I think you can
Yeah.
definitely confirm what Rose is
So
saying.
I would.
And it seems like Ursula is
Okay.
moving.
Oh, then I'm going to. If this takes one of my attacks, it's fine. I'm going to shove that bottle into his mouth.
Sure. So, is your intention to like keep the bottle still closed? And he just has like a bottle in his
I'm
mouth
just
that
shoving it.
isn't opened.
Yeah, but I'm like shoving it in there. So if it breaks or whatever. Or if it like, I want to get it stuck in his mouth so he can't like talk or move his teeth to
Okay.
bite anybody.
Sure. Then, making your attack roll with advantage. I think because he's prone and everything. Yeah.
Prone. Yeah. Sweet. That is an 18.
Yeah, I think you're able to put the bottle in his mouth of holy water.
Sweet. And then I guess I'll just attack Skeleton 5 with my other attack. 23
that'll
to
help.
hit.
That'll hit.
And then Snowfall's gonna imbue it with cold, and that is 8 damage.
8 total. Wow.
Rolling really bad.
Unfortunately, the skeleton is still up barely.
Snowfall is going to. Yeah, no. Snowfall's going to attack Skeleton 5 then. 12.
Barely hits.
Oh.
All right, for 6.
Cool. That's enough to turn our
Piercing.
Skeleton 5 back into remains.
And then I'm going to have him kind of like growling and watching, like standing over the head of this corpse, like ready to bite. He doesn't have a reaction now outside of his. Yeah, actually, no, he doesn't. But he's just standing
Of
over
Ursula's corpse, not Skeleton 5.
And that's my turn.
Perfect.
Correct. Snowfall is watching Ursula.
Okay. After that, over to Vaclav.
Okay. My shoulders slump as I see these two damn skeletons get up again, and I go, hey, are you those two guys from before? Hit the first one
Nice.
for 14 radiant.
14 radiant on Skeleton 4 for
Nice.
3. Okay, perfect.
4, that's
it falls into pieces again.
All right, and then I'll continue to strike. I got a 20 to hit,
Wow.
dirty 20. And another 13 radiant to the
13? Yep,
next
that'll
one.
kill it.
Okay. And let's see, got a bonus
Get
action.
HP back, right?
Yeah, I do. And then I'd like to kick Skeleton 3's skull or pelvis or something into that hole, the mine shaft.
Sure. I'm going to put it down here so I can remember that it was down the mine shaft. Can you make a acrobatics or athletics check. I want to know how accurate you can kick it.
Not very accurate.
Perfect. You kick it, it actually smashes against the wall instead. You missed the shoot.
Oops.
So, no goal. Corner kick.
You're just so strong.
Perfect. Do you end your turn, Vaclav?
Actually, move me over to Skeleton 1 there. So north of Phoenix.
Like that?
Yeah, that's
Perfect. And you are not in threatened. Cool. All right. Over to Rosa.
I am going to smash my boot onto Ursula's head with a mouthful of holy
Got it.
water.
Okay. Make a attack roll. That would be with
There it is.
advantage.
There it is.
That would be a 20 to hit.
Sure.
A
That's
dirty
solid
20.
hit.
My hope is to smash hard enough to break the glass canister.
Yeah,
in its
yeah,
mouth.
definitely. Unarmed strike is what, like D4, D2, whatever. I think though you're certainly able to do, we'll say 3 damage from that, plus the holy water would break in his mouth.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that holy water has its own stats.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's a slightly sconed
It's-
holy water, but I am curious to see what it says.
It says 2d6 radiant damage if the target is fiend or undead.
Yeah, it's like much more potent than that, this holy water. So as you kind of like break it open, it kind of like pours into like his like mouth and face and kind of like drips outward, and it kind of like melts away his face, and it seems like the what's like the fiber of his being that's like holding him together, like the undeath energy, almost like unravels into like a mist as his body just kind of like disambiguates and completely dissolves away.
It's the closing scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Exactly.
I don't know that. I can't picture that scene. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So all the ghosts come
Just
out and
exactly as you
swimming
described
around,
it.
shooting
Just melts
through
away.
bodies,
Yeah.
blowing
Very
them up.
cool.
But it's 80s. It's 80s
CG and stuff.
Animation.
like,
Graphics, though.
effects
Yeah.
style, and I think they used claymation to
Oh,
do
pretty
it.
sure that was a
It was
wax
like,
figure
wow.
melting.
It was really, really cool for that time. So that's my first attack. Second attack, I stab at the
Yeah,
skeleton
one.
again.
Go ahead.
Yep. That's a
Yep.
17 to hit, and that is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12
Perfect.
magical weapon damage.
Solid hit. It hadn't been damaged before, so it's still up.
And that's what I do.
Perfect. Over to Loki.
I call out, Rosa, I'm coming down. And I slide down the road.
Oh, I totally forgot about Skeleton Zero up there on Skeleton's turn, didn't I? I'm gonna retroactively have that skeleton move up quick and engage with you, Loki.
Okay.
What's your armor class? 14.
14.
I believe it would have advantage because you're prone. Or no, wait. It just works out regular if both parties are prone, right? That's right. We figured that out. So
I think
it
so.
does fail. It misses its attack. But if you go down, it might get an attack of opportunity on you. Well, it probably would.
Right. No, I figured as much. In any event, so that's
So
not
you're
gonna
going
change
down,
anything that I'm doing.
diving, jumping onto the ground,
I'm
sliding
sliding
down
down the road.
athletics check.
Ooh, 15 and 0. 15.
Perfect. A little more gracefully than maybe you were expecting. Just as good as Phoenix. Slide down the road, picking up a little more speed than you would have liked. Where are you intending on exiting? Smashing into Rosa?
Well, I would probably drop off in one of the spaces next to Snowfall. I'm assuming that the rope's kind of curving in towards that.
Yeah, I
zone
think you can
anyway.
jump off and like find your location there. Is that what you're thinking? Perfect.
Yeah. And then is that like action movement?
I think that was movement.
How would?
Oh, it would also get an
Okay.
attack of opportunity on you from the skeleton up on the above. It misses it though.
Okay. In which case, I will. Is one the only one that's still up over here?
Currently, yes, that
Mhm.
looks to be the case. If you look around, though, the
Okay,
other remains
then-
are kind of gathering together. Aside from the ones that were just recently killed by Radiant, Skeleton 4 and 3, those seem like they are not moving, at least for the time being.
All right, then I will use my rapier with True Strike and
What's
attack
True Strike?
Skeleton 1. True Strike is a cantrip, and
It's way better.
Because it was
than it
awful
used to be.
before, right?
yeah.
Mhm.
So here's the
Aces cross.
Here, let me put it in the chat real quick if I can get the chat window to open. There we go.
No, that side is closed. Okay, thanks, man.
So
Oh, wow.
yeah, it's
That is really good.
and of course I have a horrible roll.
No way!
Oh wait, no. It's a horrible roll anyway. But is it? If I uses spell casting, so 7 and 5, so
Barely
12 to
hits.
hit. Not. Wow. Okay. So it's radiant damage, and 2d6, 10
Perfect.
total.
Skeleton 1 is killed. Is slain.
And
I forgot I had that from the Sorcerer's Progenitor.
Oh, yeah. So you do have a way to get
True
radiant
Strike.
damage then.
I didn't realize that.
And then, I'll just kick the skull at the mine shaft.
Perfect.
Too.
Go ahead and make a athletics or acrobatics check.
Acrobatics slightly better. 12 acrobatics.
Not quite enough to get it down the mine shaft. I think that's a little tricky. But you do manage to kick it against the wall next to Skeleton 3's pelvis. Which I forgot it was missing its
All right.
pelvis when I had it rise again. Apologies, Vaclav.
And then, does anybody else in desperate need of healing?
Well, I think everything is down at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So,
Then I guess
okay.
what would be the plan? Well, aside from the skeleton that's up in the mine shaft.
Right.
I would be checking in on Winter, considering he has this.
Pretty hurt. But Winter's gonna start using True Strike and just smash these skeletons and basically, Death's Craven. You were terrible. Like, and just keep.
I feel like he's
smashing
after
corpses.
watching Loki on how to use it. He's like, "That's what that does."
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
Gotta teach the youngins.
But I would actually pull Winter away. I'm like, Winter, hold on, let me see that bite.
I'm fine.
I-
It barely hurt me.
Really?
Rosa and Winter, if you are
Was-
going to have a full conversation, then things might be engaging with the rest of the skeletons. So if that's your intention here, then that's totally fine. But there are a couple of other skeletons that are still around, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Winter,
I'm
you said you were
smashing them,
intention
so
was to
I'd be
smash
talking and doing it.
at least one and then move on. Rosa, are you administering to Winter, or are you trying to like smash skeletons to oblivion?
Okay, I am continuing to administer to Winter because like the last things that creature was saying was welcome to my horde. So I'm kind of freaking out about that. Um, I'd be pulling out my holy water and like grabbing the like whatever appendage was bitten by
Yeah. Let me come
winter.
back to you in just a second then.
Yeah.
Vaclav, what are you doing?
What me?
Oh, sorry, we're out of order. I just want to know what everybody's doing. Go ahead, Phoenix. You were next, and then
Oh,
Vlad, so you can tell me.
So just to be clear, like, are there any skeletons? What skeletons are like done, and what skeletons are not done? Or would my
The
character
party
even
hasn't
know
totally
that?
determined what makes a skeleton like done versus not. It seems like putting
Okay.
holy water on things certainly does, but I think you only have 5 of those or 3 of those or something, and one was used on the
Yeah,
vampire.
right.
Seems like spreading out the
Yeah.
pieces inhibits the regrowth somewhat, but they can also seem to like share pieces somehow that way.
And then they like shake
Exactly. It
themselves
seems like, or
back.
they can like.
Okay, got it. So we see stuff moving around.
So as far as like
Um,
done, none of the skeletons are super confirmed to be done, and it seems like it takes about a round for them to reform. Unless they were killed by radiant, then it
Okay.
seems to take 2 rounds. And I don't know
Okay.
if that's helpful at all.
All right. Oh, so radiant.
Oh, sweet.
If they were killed with radiant, they've still come back
Yes.
to.
The way that the party has completely killed the skeletons is if you kind of like keep blasting them, there might be a certain threshold of radiant damage dealt to a remains to kind of like totally negate the undeath energy or something.
Perfect. Okay, that's okay. Well, that's great. So what I do is I bonus action Shillelagh on my freaking on my staff, and I just turn to skeleton 1 right there, right next to me, and start bashing the shit out of it.
Perfect. Cool. I'm going to just move you guys here just so I know what you're up to. And then Winter, we're going to say you're fighting up Skeleton 5. And then Vaclav, Loki, and Rosa. I'm curious what you guys are up to.
So I'm also gonna be like trying to grind up the skulls, using my whatever weapons are handy plus true
Sure.
strike.
What weapon
to
is that?
make it radiant damage. Probably either. I guess a rapier isn't really the right thing. Probably the dagger, maybe the hilt of a
Okay.
dagger, and just bashing the
Sure.
hell out
Works
of
for
it
me.
or something.
Oh, yeah.
I
I can see
don't
that.
really
I like
have.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I'm
suppose until it's done, I'm also doing that. I summon a maul, and that way I can just kind of go around and go like that, thump, 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 with the head of the maul, doing radiant damage
Perfect.
and grinding them up.
I'm watching Loki, like I'm fighting with Winter, who's like totally ignoring me, but I also catch Loki in the side of my eye, and he's using like the hilt of his like beautiful rapier, and I'm just like, ugh. And on my hilt or whatever, my belt, I pull out one of my hammers and I toss it over to Loki, and I'm like, use a hammer, and I throw it over at you as I'm continuing to try to administer this holy water on Winter's bite.
Winter, where is your bite?
I assumed it was like
Yeah, I
on
like
the neck
that. We'll do
region,
shoulder.
but I don't know. Yeah. And
He
remember,
flew
he
up
doesn't
from above and bit
Yeah.
him, so I think it's on the taint.
I don't want to get us demonetized.
well,
Get in there and help him,
Phoenix,
Rosa!
so we'll have to
He didn't
go with
bite.
the movie bite spot, which is the shoulder. That's where people can be heard.
He didn't bite him.
Damn it!
He didn't bite him until he got like down because he threw
Oh,
him down
that's
and then
right,
came
that's
down
right.
and bit him.
Loves it.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
on the
also-
top of the head then.
Winter only wears like a loincloth, like or shorts. Like he doesn't wear anything else. So he could have probably bit him on the scales.
Oh yeah,
is
his
what you
scale
would
wound.
call it.
That's very clearly his flesh. And I picture Rose is like, let me see your shoulder. And then Winter's like, I'm fine. And then is still beating the skeleton, but like Rose is holding his shoulder and looking. Rosa, are you pouring the water? Do you want to look at the bite and learn about it first? Or are you like, no, I'm putting the holy water on it?
No, I'm trying to look at the bite and like I guess what I would like to do, I have the holy water with the intent to pour it on him, if he would let me, but I'm trying to inspect the wound. And what I would actually like to do is I'd like to I guess like I would like to use my channel divinity to it says the magical effects. I'm trying to
Would you do
figure
like an
out
investigation or a religion check first? Or do you want to go right to... I mean, you can tell me whatever you like, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what makes more sense. I'm trying to investigate the wound. I would like to use religion to investigate the wound.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, nice. So that's an 18.
Can you roll a medicine as well?
Sure. The medicine, I only rolled a 7.
I'm gonna say with religion and your knowledge of Istus and your... Was Rosa a big reader, or did you go to a lot of sermons? How did you get your religious knowledge?
My breath of knowledge came from the time I spent with Grandmere.
Cool. It's like oral traditions. Are they like tiefling oral traditions, or like traditional church?
Tiefling oral traditions with the acquired knowledge from passed down generation from generation to generation within like these like books of the mother, we'll call them, right? Leaning more towards the faith of Istis and understanding like these are the fate, like if you are destined, then you are destined. And I'm like, I still have the chance to change this destiny right now if he's willing to let me, if something is to come about of it. Like there's this
that makes
window
sense.
of time.
I think in your stories from Grandmere telling you of, great monsters and evils and other creatures like fought in the past, you would have like heard of these vampires and like the information related to them in that they often will rise again after killed, especially related to kill them completely. Holy water can be effective, or stake through the heart is another effective one. The bites you would know can be used to like create other vampires, but in sitting for a moment and thinking and arguing with Winter and thinking back to everything you saw, you're not sure if this was a full vampire or more of like a vampire spawn that you've heard of as well. So almost like a baby vampire that hadn't yet grown, and you think it would have been weaker than like a full vampire, which probably would have killed your entire party. The bite that you're looking at on Winter will likely heal through regular means, but you can see there's like a lingering, like a negative energy, death energy from it. And you would suspect that if Winter was killed with that bite, he may have then risen again. But he's in no danger of becoming a vampire unless he's like killed by a bite, or maybe if he has that bite and he's killed, there might be something to that would happen then. I don't know if that helps.
Okay. No,
Does Rosa say anything as she's like inspecting?
She's probably like, "Stop
of
moving!"
Course. And I'm like, "Stop moving! You could turn. There's a chance." And
turn. They can't hurt a dragon.
I
And I was just gonna
Yep.
continue to push her away and smash skeleton bits.
Rosa, you would know that Winter is not a dragon, and he would still be susceptible to vampiric.
Yeah, and I'm like, not a real dragon. Winter.
How dare you?
Everyone stops in their
Don't
smashing of
listen to her.
skeletons and turns their heads.
Don't listen to her, Winter.
And I'm like, because now I'm dealing with like the childishness that like aggravates me. And I'm just like, when are you going to learn, Winter? Your recklessness is going to cost our whole party.
This is Tabby's real life every day.
We just destroyed everything in here. And I'll
I like how Winter says we when it was really just Rosa. Rosa and Vaclav.
and Snowfall. Snowfall had some cool damage there.
Hey, look I'm wailing on shit over here.
Yep. Okay, as soon as I recognize that, like, okay, he's gonna be fine. I'm gonna start.
I think at that moment, Skeleton
helping.
Zero falls to the ground and shatters.
Yes.
And I'm imagining with everyone.
Yeah, Winter like so. What? All right, smash more.
Yeah,
stuff.
with that, I think through probably it takes a couple minutes of crushing and smashing. But as long as you kind of like spread the smashing around, and everyone was doing radiant, if I recall, is that correct? Or had some means. Phoenix, what was your means for radiant? That's right.
Layla.
And Rosa, what's yours again? Or do you not have one?
I use my.
So it's
great
magical,
sword.
but it's not radiant, right? Got it.
Correct.
So yours isn't actually as effective because you can definitely tell that radiant damage seems to be like pausing the effects somehow. But through a couple of minutes of time, then all the skeletons like cease to be moving and are just kind of are ground to unanimated dust.
Phoenix is like he's beating on these skeletons, and then he looks and he sees Rosa with this freaking greatsword just bashing the crap out of these things. It's exploding, but then the pieces start coming back together, and he's all like this, kink, kink, like, doing way more.
I guess I'm gonna go take a look at this small hut over here. Tell me about that.
Oh, sorry. I was my mouth was full of food.
Okay.
I'm enjoying my lunch.
I saw the top of your head.
No, that's fair.
Talking.
Yeah, Vaclav's going over to the hut. Yeah, the little shelter area. It's kind of like space to like crawl into inside. Can you make an investigation check for me?
I think that's a 10.
Yeah, 10. You kind of look in. Looks like it's, things piled up from the mine, likely to provide a little bit of shelter. You do notice that in the corner, there seems to be like a large coffin. And off to the other corner, there's like a refuse pile. Looks like bones and garments and like other things kind of like piled up in the corner there.
I go, is this how this guy was living? This is a lousy cult.
Yep.
I told you, Dragon Clan's way better.
I'm gonna like kind of plug my nose and sift through the debris pile. With
Oh,
my
I like
mage
that.
hand.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation. Natural 1.
Natural 1.
It smells pretty terrible, and you're mostly just thinking like, what a terrible bachelor pad. At least he could have, done a little bit of better designs. Like, you're thinking about your bachelor pad and how you would have designed it if you were a vampire, and it really impacts your ability to investigate.
Hey guys, it's all mimics in here.
And I'm like, what was Ursula wearing? Was he wearing clothes? Was he just
Yeah, he
in a
was wearing
loincloth?
probably like tattered clothes, and it his stuff did kind of like all turn to dust that you saw. But I was just thinking about that too. It does look like there is a small pile of some of his remains, or where you could like look into the tattered remains of his clothes and see if there's anything else there as well.
I'm gonna be doing
Can you make
that.
an investigation check?
When Vakov says it's all mimics over here, I'm like, oh,
Yeah, it's
come
very
on, what
clear
is
he did
there?
a very
Yeah.
poor job investigating.
No, I
I'm
think
gonna go
I think
check
I
it
turn
out.
around and I have like a little mimic like clutching on my hand or whatever, you know.
Yeah. You did like an illusionary one as like a joke. You're like, "Oh, I'll get him! I'll get him!"
What was your investigation?
Terrible. I'm like
Cool.
staring. I literally
Oh my
I
god!
rolled a 1.
You look it down at the pile and you're like, you just imagine
I
Winter
did.
as a vampire, and you're like, "Oh my god, it was so close! Like, this is what it could have been. Why didn't he listen to me?" And you totally forget to actually look through the clothes. You just are like haunted by your vision of if just Winter was more mature. I think. I don't know. Do you like that as
Yep.
your one?
For sure.
Uh,
Yep.
Damn,
Winter
damn.
goes up to this hole and goes, any more dust covered people on this one?
Nice.
Nice. So in my investigation, I rolled a 5, and I'm like, yeah, I think maybe there are some mimics in here.
Yeah, Loki,
my God.
you're. It's pretty gross in there. There's not. You did find in the refuse pile there was a couple of coins though. You find about 15 gold coins.
Nice. Like, well, that'll pay for the trip.
At least another kegger.
Nice. So Loki, you were looking through the refuse pile.
Yeah. Well, the whole place.
And they also did pretty
Oh.
poorly. Yeah.
I wanted to inspect the coffin, like, and focus on the coffin.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll.
Come on, baby. 7. I crawl inside and I
Okay. Yeah.
shut it.
Are you looking at it or are you opening the coffin? No.
Oh, it's not open? Oh. I opened it.
Yeah, Loki and Vaclav are arguing about what's in the refuse pile, and Phoenix goes up and just pops open the coffin. On the inside, it looks like the inside's like kind of lined with velvet, very nice and beautiful. It is kind of empty. The outline of where it looks like someone may have been resting in there looks very similar to the size and shape of Winter's previous friend / nemesis, Ursula.
Dude, missed opportunity. I was waiting for the actual.
I know. I was totally
vampire
thinking
to,
that would have been pretty
Yeah,
good.
right?
I think
Yeah.
you just closed it. Oh.
Okay. So,
Excuse me,
so-
sorry. Didn't mean to bother you.
yeah, right. Never mind. I would like to crawl inside of it, and like my thought is that I'm convinced there's stuff just like in between the cushions of couch. I'm convinced there's stuff like in the seams, or there's like got to be a secret pocket or
Sure,
something.
make an
in
investigation check.
Here. Another one, yes.
You find old
Oh my
wrappers.
God! I went from horrible to pretty darn good. That is 19.
Yeah, you kind of get in there. You kind of like feel around. As you kind of like lay in though, there's like this. You have this like growing desire of comfort and space. Can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Yes. Ooh.
15?
That's a 15.
Yeah. For a moment, it almost seems like, ooh, this life would be pretty good. And as you're kind of like, feeling around and there's pieces, you find like, it's almost like a sharp pin, kind of like that looks like it has a little bit of a blood stain on it. And for a moment, you're like, ooh, if I just took this, and if you like, you jabbed it into your hand, it's like one of those like Calls of the Void, and you're like, oh, that would be really good. But then you're like, maybe I shouldn't. Might not be a good idea.
Cool. So this pin, and that's what
No,
I
you
find
would
in there,
also
right? Nothing
find
else.
a like small little. It's like almost like a little emblem, and it's of the something that is like the Death's Craven. The Death's Craving is what it's actually called. Like a little pin of like that, and it's like I don't know, like a ghoulish face over like a little pentagram or something, right?
Cool. Neat.
And you're also looking in those spots. You would probably find like little knuckle bones and like things like little skewers, like little midnight snacks that the vampire spawn
Oh
might finish up.
yes,
That's what I was thinking.
yes.
Like you put
Cool.
the brooch on.
Yeah. So I've got the pin, and I've got the emblem, and yeah, brooch. I like that. And so like I'm gonna like hang the brooch on my chest there, and I'm gonna stand up and be like, "Hey, Winter, who am I?" And I got my pin, you know.
Like you sound just like that guy. Point to the remains.
Perfect.
Um, I'm, I'm gonna kind of walk around and look down the passage and look down the two like left and right passages. Look down the shaft, um, and just like see what I can see with my
Oh
devil's
yeah,
sight.
perfect.
They're just gonna drop a rock
And you also called
down
down
there.
there. And that's 120 feet, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you make a perception check?
Probably
Your
not.
dice have been 5. Nice.
Five.
That's still you can
Both of
still
us?
get some general ideas. Yeah, looking to the east, looking down there, looks like the path kind of continues. It would be probably like 15 feet wide or so. I'll have to adjust the map for that. And the rail kind of continues that way. You have a feeling, though, that the rail is like sloping down in that direction. To the west, there would be a pathway as well that would probably be going off in that direction and then kind of like curving to the north. And you get the sense that there'd be a slight like incline in that direction, but not like significant going that way. There would be, if you kind of like looked down the mine shaft, you'd go over right as Winter is kind of like calling down the mine shaft, trying to make more friends or meet new people that way. You'd be able to look down, and it looks like it's probably about 70 feet down, and then there's like another landing down there that you can kind of see that looks it's a little similar to like the space that you're currently in.
Okay. And I don't see any objects of note down there or creatures or anything.
No, I'm thinking.
Just
I'm thinking. No, I think you do. Let me do a quick little bio break now that I'm like getting my sandwich, and then I
Yes,
can
thank
think
you.
about that next piece too.
You're welcome, Dan. Thwarting the plans.
Oh yeah.
No, no, no.
I'm distracted because Carrie's friend just became the head coach of the Bears. So it's pretty exciting.
That's cool.
Yeah.
How
And
did that?
that's the team I grew up watching, but he's was the coordinator for the Lions, but they met in college because one of her best friends and him are married. Um, so we met them down in Miami when he was coaching. Actually, I think he was stopped coaching for Miami at that point, but that was before he moved up to Detroit.
So one of my best celebrity interactions. You might know this coach named Mike Ditka.
Really?
Um, so uh, Gosh, it must have been, I was in Vegas for like me and a bunch of my cousins. There was like 6 or 7 of us, all girls. I think we were there for some kind of like, I think it was just a girls' weekend or something. And one of my cousins is married to a big Chicago Bears, Chicago Bulls, and Chicago Cubs fan, right? So, Ditka was signing memorabilia, and so we waited in line, and I was one of like the 7 girls who actually was like a sports baller. So I was very excited along with my cousin who was the wife of the fan. And we get to the front and we're taking pictures with him. He's signing some stuff. And we're all, I mean, God, we're like all in like our 20s, early 30s. We're not a bad looking bunch. So he's hamming it up and we're leaning in for pictures and he starts to like fart.
Oh my.
Like it was uncomfortable and he just like you could see him like flushing and he was turning red and he was just the blush and stuff and finally like I'm trying to hold it in, we're all trying to be just like, I mean, surprise surprise, Filipino nurses, right? So they're like this is normal and then he lets one rip and it's so loud and I could like we're all like laughing now and he's laughing and he's like shoulder laughing and it turns out he was totally pranking us. He had a fart machine. And it was just like it was the funniest thing because like he's trying to hold it together and we are trying so hard to be like kind and not make it a big deal. And he just starts laughing and he's like, you are all just angels. And he pulls out the fart machine. It was amazing. Like we were pranked by Mike Tika. So that was fun.
That's really
Pretty
funny.
I feel like that's something that like a lot of women would not appreciate, at least not the ones in my life.
We all thought it was hilarious. We're a bunch of jokesters, our little family. Or big family, I should say. It was hilarious. It was great.
Nice. Oh,
Vaclav, do you not wear any armor?
I'm wearing an old beat up set of studded leather.
oh, you should just take this pair Winter had. It's magical, and he doesn't use it.
Truth.
What armor did Winter have that he's not even wearing?
Studded leather +1.
Oh, right. It was in the room with the fire, right?
Winter will pull it out of his pack and go, "Here, Valkov, I don't use this anyways. Dragons don't need armor."
I look at you like warily and I sniff it.
It probably smells a little bit like fresh onions, but Winter is like 17, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like axe.
It's like dragon. Dragon breath is like the axe
Yeah.
specific.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'll go ahead and change. So did I see anything in the shaft or no?
Down the shaft, there was like a room similar to what you saw above. It seems like the elevator spot does continue going down to like an additional level, but it looks like it's like smashed up and broken. As you look down, you swear you caught like the reflection of like eyes looking back up at you, similar to like what the skeletons do as you're kind of like looking around, but it didn't seem like it lingered or matched the vampire spawn that you killed recently. The one in the east, you would also have seen down there that the level is sloping, and I kind of changed the color a little bit here. It seems like there is actually like a water that starts to fill the pathway there, and the rails continue kind of going down in that direction, but into like the water. I think there's also like a placard or like a sign next to the elevator section here that has some like script on it, but it looks like it's in like a dwarven script. And I think everyone would have seen that.
Okay, that's in the east.
No, I think it
passage or
was just in the room the whole time, and I just forgot to tell you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dwarven script. What's it say?
So I can't remember if Vaclav can read it or if Winter's the only one, but I figured Winter could probably read it. And it would say
Winter's the only one.
like a level 2, and then it'd be like a down arrow to like level 3, and then it would be like an arrow pointing towards the what is that? The west in like the sloping up direction, and it would be like exit, and then an arrow pointing like down the direction towards where the water was that Vaclav motioned, and there it would say I don't know, what would it say? Hang on, give me a second. I would probably just say closed.
Dan, if
No,
the
it would
mine
say
shaft,
sorry. It would say restricted.
is there anything
Sorry.
restricted? Okay. For the mine shaft, is there like a functioning mine elevator equipment around, or is it
It's
just
a hole,
like
and
a hole through the?
I'm imagining there's like a wooden scaffold with like pulleys and a rope going down, but it looks like the rope. Well, it's probably a chain, and it looks like it's seen better days, but it is still like existing there.
So like it might be functional
Exactly.
if we tried to use it. Okay.
I say, there's it's flooded down here. I'm just gonna go take a look, and I'm gonna walk down
Perfect.
that east passage.
One more thing I wanted to point out that I again forgot to mention is that we had talked about like the skeletons having like minerals and gems kind of like in parts of them. So as you would have been all like smashing it and breaking them open, you would have seen like flecks of gold and silver, as well as like small little shiny gems in like the bones and the dust as you've been going. So I don't know if you were intending on like leaving it there or picking it up, but I wanted to give you that option if you wanted.
Winter and Snowfall are grabbing as many
I was thinking,
gems and
are you
things
like,
as
oh,
they
this
can.
will be our hoard. Look, it's yeah,
The
exactly.
horde.
Yeah. It's going into the horde. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll walk down to the east.
Perfect. And then Winter and Snowfall, can you guys give me a like investigation with advantage, because I'm imagining you're very focused. And nice.
That's a 9.
You end up spilling more of the stuff than you actually collected, because it's really fun to play with. Okay. Oh, I see what I was doing here.
In whatever direction that is, Winter will tell him kind of obnoxiously what it says on the wall, whatever that is.
That's restricted.
Vaclav, that's restricted. Dragons only.
I just turn and I give you like a confident look, and I go, never tell me the rules.
Oh, good. Vaclav's back after that brief moment of
Yes.
where you asked for help accidentally.
Yeah, it's gonna like
Yeah.
totally compensate now and just be overly blustery. Phoenix would kind of trot along.
Yeah, I
after
saw that.
Vaclav,
That's
so
definitely fair.
that's my goal.
Dan, Rose is going to be like, as she's noticing the flecks of precious metals, and what have you, she's going to collect some in a few, maybe like 3 or 4 pouches, with the intentions of using that for the making of holy water.
Sure. You might have to fight Winter and Snowfall over it. They are.
Um,
She just follows
Oh.
behind and scoops up everything they're drinking.
exactly.
That makes sense. Perfect. Vaclav, you get so the little line in the middle I've used to like denote the tracks as they're running. So there'd be like a little bit of space open on each side as they're kind of continuing in this direction. And the kind of where it's dark blue, that's where like the water level is. And the light blue is like where the tracks start getting wet, because I'm picturing it's like, water is a little bit higher. And then the blue is where it starts, and then like past there, like the top of the cavern is like completely filled with water, but the tracks kind of continue going in that direction.
Okay, so I imagine the water's very.
Right?
Yeah,
it would be like, I don't know. You have witch's sight. You could probably see into the. I mean, I don't think this water. It's probably pretty clear because it's not moving. So to be honest, you could probably see through it pretty well. But it's one of those where like you would imagine if you start moving in it and like turning it up, it could get muddy very quickly.
Okay. So then if I'm peering into it and I see the tracks descending beneath, does it look like the tracks are higher than the floor of the chamber, and that the tracks then descend into a chamber, which is
it kind of like the tracks were always on the ground, and then the tunnel kept going down, but for some reason the water level rose up, but the track and the tunnel continue going down was what I was trying to denote, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I look at Phoenix and I go, hey Phoenix,
Yeah.
can that owl be a fish?
Yes. That owl can be a fish.
Want to see if there's anything in there worth having?
Okay, let's do this. Let me go back to. Let me look at beasts. 0 beasts. I can do any 0 beasts.
I would assume you can be a fish then.
Here I have to do.
And for the tracks, are they like railroad tracks for push carts, or is it just like tracks
it is
worn in the
like
ground
railroad,
from
like
wagon?
small railroad tracks for like push carts or like wagon carts is kind of what I was imagining. Like very rudimentary.
But we haven't seen any of those. It's just been the
That's
tracks.
correct.
Oh, okay. So looking for swimming.
I mean, Travis, you can just make it be a fish unless you have a particular.
Okay, cool. No. Oh, no. Cool. Crab. It's got to be different.
It's a trout.
What's the crab's move speed?
Let's look her up here. 3 rules. 2024. Oh, little fucker just hauls ass, doesn't he? His speed is 20 foot or 20
and does
foot
he have
swim.
dark vision? How far?
Blind sight, dude.
Wow. Okay,
30
that's
feet.
cool. Do you do that? And that costs you a spell slot, or what does it cost to do that?
It cost me a wild shape because I have to change it. So yeah, so I'm like, Ember, we're gonna help. Ember, we're gonna help that guy.
And how far can you see through its eyes?
I can see what it
says. No, I meant like, do you have a range to do that, or can you always do that?
Oh, yeah, 100 feet I believe. Let me go here really quickly. And fuck this. Let's go back.
It's find familiar, right? So I can look.
Yep, it's fine, familiar. This action, next turn, see, range 10 feet, but that's not it. 100 feet.
And sorry, last question. In order to tell it what to do, does it have to be able to hear you? Telepathic. And does that have a range?
Communication.
Oh, it's both.
Yeah, 100 feet. 100 feet is I can cast spells, look through its eyes, hear what it hears, you know, all that's basically 100 feet. If it's out of 100 feet, it's doing its own thing. I guess I could yell at it too.
I mean, I would imagine if it's underwater, it's probably more difficult to yell at it, but perfect. Yeah,
Yep.
You've got your crab. Just one for some reason.
Cool.
And what do you? Ember kind of clicks at you.
What are we doing, Backlav? Yeah, what's up? Ember's raring to go.
Yeah, let's see what's down there.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna stand in front of you, and you make sure I don't get killed by skeletons, right? And I close my eyes and I let Ember do his thing for
Perfect.
100 feet.
Quick question, Loki, are you assisting with the crab spelunking, or are you assisting in picking up gold and coins from?
Yeah, I think I'm still back in the main room. I didn't go chasing after them. I should have, but
yeah. Can you make a perception check, Phoenix, for Ember, as Ember first enters into the flooded chamber here?
Yes. Oh, not too bad. That's a 16.
Perfect. Ember kind of starts moving through. It seems like the rails here are a lot more rusted than what he had seen previously. There's also lines on the walls where there were probably previous water levels, and there's a lot of them, and then there's none above where the water level currently is. Going through, there are some footprints, almost like a skeletal footprint in the mud. A couple of them, and they're moving in the direction that the party is. They're kind of coming from the water, moving out. And there's a variety of them, probably 20 to 30 of them, of different states of dirt covering the tracks. So some are very fresh, and some look like they're mostly filled in with dirt. Does that make sense?
Okay. I'll just be relaying this as.
So Phoenix is kind of saying it out loud to Vaclav. Perfect.
Yeah. I'm seeing levels. We're at the highest water point right now. There's tracks coming up. Some of them are older. Some are much older.
Perfect. Ember continues moving in to the fog of war. And Ember kind of reveals what looks like to be a skeleton, kind of standing in the water. And as Ember gets within his 30 feet of blind sight or so, the skeleton seems to sense Ember as well and starts to move towards Ember.
Okay, I'm going to tell Ember to immediately return and use all of his little scampering 20 feet and dash towards me. And I'm going to say, we're expecting visitors.
Perfect. Ember is going to scuttle back. Ember is a little slower than the skeleton. The skeleton is gaining on Ember. When Ember exits the water, Vaclav, you would see a skeleton chasing after Ember, kind of churning up the water a little bit as the skeleton moves.
Okay.
Are you still?
Firebolt.
Are you? Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I'm looking through his eyes.
Well,
that's true too.
You can drop that at any time, can't you?
I can't. I mean, now it's basically when I see him, then I don't need to be looking through his eyes. So I would.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just. Cool. Firebolt. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Oh, that's good. That is a 19 to hit. And that is 13.
Perfect. That burns
Fire
it.
damage.
Doesn't quite kill it though. So the skeleton continues chasing
Cool.
Ember. Are you having Ember like run past you, or?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out in front of Phoenix
of course.
and just chop the skeleton down as it arrives.
Yeah.
Does Firebolt make a
I
sound?
think it would be like, whoosh. It'd be like you would definitely hear, and there'd be like a big
Yeah.
burst of light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And you'd hear a splashing, and Phoenix going like, "Varkov, get him!" That's like. So I think that you'd.
No, more of run, Ember, run! Run, Ember! Scamper, scurry, whatever.
Right?
Dan, is
Unfortunately,
11
not quite. You do get up to it, yeah.
All right. Second attack. Yep. Whoops. 5 and 3 is 8 plus 4, 12.
Yeah, the skeleton here like explodes into pieces and sprays out over the grounds here. It looks like Ember and Phoenix are safe from the tyranny of the skeleton.
Cool. So now what I want to know is, are there more coming? Let's see. Okay. Back in, Ember. We're going to do it again.
Perfect. Okay. I'm curious if I would go back to the room, would Loki, Winter, or Rosa do anything?
Yeah, if we heard shouting, I would start. running
Yeah,
the
we
way.
would run towards the party that is making a ruckus. At
I
least
told you, dragons only. As I'm running.
Is he trying to like push Rosa? Like that's what.
As you guys catch up,
like
you see Phoenix is standing there with his eyes closed, like concentrating, and Vaclav like reaches down into the water and he gets like the skeleton's like arm, like a severed arm, and he like brushes Phoenix's cheek.
And the arm like wiggles a little bit on his own. Phoenix, can you make a Constitution saving throw?
Oh my god, that was so
20.
clutch. 20.
In your mind, you were almost peed yourself out of fear, but you managed to hold it, and you were able to open your eyes, pretend like you were totally fine, and Uncle Vaclav is right there with the skeleton touching you.
Yeah. Stop it, Vaclav!
I pull the skeleton arm, you know, like I do this thing with the skeleton arm, and I'm like,
Perfect.
All right.
Do you leave the remains to rebuild here, or are you smashing it?
Yeah, every once in a while, like it's like all crawling toward itself, and I just like move it back a foot.
So you're just like torturing the little skeleton as it's trying to rebuild. Got it. Perfect. Yeah. Cool. Ember is going back in. Dive.
Yep.
Okay,
dive,
perfect.
Dive.
All right. Ember kind of makes it to where he was before, as he's kind of like making it through the water. Similar as before, it is a little murkier. Well, I guess Ember wouldn't even really know because he just has blind sight, so he doesn't know that it's necessarily murkier or less murky than before. So he's going to kind of continue moving forward through there, and it does look like the oops, let's go like this. It looks like the path might be curving a little bit to the north.
And I'd have them try and judge on how deep the water is.
Like the water goes up to the ceiling here. And at this
Oh,
point,
okay.
it's at about 100 feet away from Phoenix.
Okay, well, that's as far as I want him to go then. I'll just tell everybody that.
Actually, can you
and
make
have
a
them
quick
come
perception
back.
check?
Sure. Ugh. 23. No, excuse me, 22.
Perfect. As he's kind of going here on the end, he gets like a little bit of a glimpse around this corner here, and it seems like there is like a very large skeleton, larger than the ones that you've seen before. Like a glimpse from his blind sight, and then it kind of like just how the water worked or his little echolocation. I have no idea how his blind sight works. It kind of like fades back away, but it didn't seem to have noticed him or been moving at all.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll have him click clack his way back, and I'm gonna tell everyone about this massive skeleton that I saw through Ember's eyes.
And then I'm like, okay, so Phoenix, you need to clarify, like size-wise. I'm looking at your like friend Ember,
Uh-huh.
who's like crab size,
Right.
and I'm like big for him or like massive. What describe massive?
Massive, larger than normal, really
He gets
freaking
more than 10
big.
feet tall.
Bigger than
It's 4 of me high.
I kind of look up at Vaclav. I'm like,
I
big
just shrug and
eyes.
I'm like, I was hoping he'd find, some air, but no dice.
Was it moving?
Yeah.
Like, but like, how was it moving? Was it like, is it coming at us?
Well, it was coming at us, and then it was going away from us. But maybe it's
Sorry,
coming at
Travis,
us now.
I meant you only saw it for a moment. It wasn't moving to your vision at all. It was just like frozen.
Oh, I thought I
Like it
saw
was on a
coming
patrol
in,
route.
and then
No,
it turned
I meant
around.
more that
What?
the blind sight, you could see it for just a moment, but it was like frozen, perched in the water
Okay.
the whole time.
It was frozen. It wasn't moving, but it was big, and it's down there.
Okay.
We got this. Go ahead, Winter. Swim over there.
Or
Dragon swim.
or not. Or not.
I'd rather not. I'm not the kind of dragon that can breathe underwater.
Well, we'll just send Vaclav again. He's good at taking the hits.
Isn't there like another passageway? I'm like, what about the other way? I'm like,
The mine shaft.
yeah. Well,
Why
no,
don't we go see if the mine shaft is working?
the other side. Like, there's
I
a.
need a dragon nap and then I'll be ready.
I say, the other side goes uphill. It's probably toward the clerics, right?
Like,
Yeah.
Right, with the mine shaft. Let's
Yeah. Let's check that out.
see if it's
Guys,
working.
this is so obvious. The freaking giant skeleton is obviously the mother of all skeletons. We go over there, we finish that thing off. We can all swim, right?
underwater against, like, could you imagine the size of the frying pan that thing is holding?
How sharp it is? Did someone organize all the skeleton pieces? That's hilarious.
Winter
You
and
put them all
Snowball
over the
moved in.
side.
It's their hoard.
We'll pile them all up in the corner right here. That's what I was thinking.
That's awesome. Okay, well,
There are no ADD tendencies in our group.
nope. So, I mean, this is what you got. There's a big old skeleton down there. There's a mine shaft. And there's uphill.
And someone was inspecting
And-
the shaft, the mine shaft, right?
Yeah, Loki was looking at the shaft.
Nice.
That's what she said.
Yeah, go ahead and make an
Fabulous.
investigation check. on the mine elevator. That's why I called it an elevator.
Oh man, I miss the days of face to face because definitely that mine shaft when Dan drew it onto the paper would have been a butthole.
Yep.
Yep,
Yep. We
it's
need to go
going
back to
down.
drawing these
Obviously,
on
it needs
paper.
lines going in.
Ken and I had some pretty
So-
infamous river maps and a city map that were not child appropriate, and I had no idea until I brought it to the group. And then I couldn't use the map anymore because they
Nice.
ruined it. Mostly Travis.
It was so obvious.
It was totally Travis because until he pointed it out, I didn't see
Yeah.
it. But once it was pointed out,
There was
it
no
like,
longer a
oh,
city
yeah.
with districts.
I
It was
mean,
just
Just
Right.
okay, but to be fair, as somebody who is a teacher, the amount of times that happens when you're drawing something and an indicator,
yeah. You have
and
to
you're
be
just
super
like,
careful
I
when you're
can't,
drawing on the
I-
whiteboard of like, where is this going? Do I have to draw different parts first so that yeah, definitely.
Yeah, when you're making carbon dioxide and creating a bond with two
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
oxygen with a carbon, and you're doing and you have to make it's just once it's done, and I'm like, y'all and I'm having them copy it onto their notebooks. It's so bad. I'm like, just everybody scribble that out. Scribble it out if you're using a pen, like it's done. Anyway, okay.
All right. So my investigation was an 8. I just grabbed the chain. And
Yeah, and you kind of pull on like there's like a little lever or something, some kind of mechanism for you to like attach a train card and like flip it over or something. And it seems like it's definitely like pretty rusted and stuck. You don't know if it's like permanently or if it needs like some repairs or something, but it seems like it is not usable in its like current state. But the open elevator path is still there.
And with like the chain going
Correct.
down and stuff. Okay. So, like,
I go, are we doing this or what? And I
Yeah, let's do this.
I start like climbing onto the chain.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna climb down.
What do you see when you look down there, Vaclav?
Yeah, it looks like
Nothing.
there's a similar landing.
I mean, there's a floor down there,
But like, how far down?
about 70 feet.
Awesome, that's great. Do you want to take a rope?
Oh, there's already this chain here.
Vaclav, now that you've got the
Okay.
chain, it's kind of like shaking and wiggling below you, and it does look like there's little, the metal is a little pockmarked throughout.
It's fine. It's just on the outside, you know.
Got it. Vaclav, are you climbing down?
Surface rust.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Perfect.
climb down. Yeah.
Can you make a athletics check?
Does guidance require? Yeah, it does. Require
I'm gonna
concentration.
go like as you're, because I'm trying to hand you the rope and you won't take it. You're like, it's fine, and I'm like, okay, go safely, and I pat you on the shoulder. I give you guidance.
Oh, nice. Okay. So 13.
Good. Yeah, Vaclav, I think you're able to start climbing down the rope. I'm going to just make like a little representation of the like mine shaft, if that makes sense. So we're kind of going back horizontal.
I'm talking about the chain the whole time. I'm like, yeah, it's probably like an 18 gauge chain, you know, and this rust probably hasn't penetrated more than a millimeter or so. Really, a chain like this, you'd expect it to last, 60, 70 years. I wonder how long this chain has actually been here.
I look over and it says made in, and it's 300 years ago.
Yeah, it says rated to last, or in last inspected by, and then like. Yeah.
The sticker is
Have you ever
smudged.
gone
but
into
I
an
think
elevator and you're
good.
like, oh, well, I'll read these, and you're like, wait a second, maybe I should have in this elevator. Vaclav, is anyone climbing after Vaclav, or is everyone watching him climb down by himself?
I'm waiting.
I'm going after him.
I'm gonna call up actually. And we go. Hey, come on, guys! Don't be shy. This chain will hold all of us.
I jump on.
But like I grabbed Phoenix before he like I still
You
have
do.
a rope
Oh,
attached
well,
to
if
me,
you would have
I'm
walked to
assuming.
the end, you had to undo it.
That's true. I did. For a few things because it's
Right.
still
But you can
attached
just, it
up
can
to
just
the
hang.
piton,
what I mean?
right? Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna grab my rope and I'm actually going to tie it around Phoenix before he goes
It is
crawling down that
fully extended.
chain.
You can't go any farther with that rope. Oh, you're doing a new
No,
rope.
we have
you're
new
tying.
rope.
New
Everyone
rope.
has ropes.
Oh.
Yeah, my rope. I untied mine and then because I couldn't have done all of the exploration and stuff without untying it, and gathering of the bone dust and such. But I am going to unfurl some of my rope and attach it to Phoenix
it.
before he goes crawling down.
Oh, by the way, Dan, all the dithering about up there we did. Could we count that as a short rest?
Well, you did have to fight a skeleton, though.
Ooh.
Well, no, I'm just thinking. I mean, the party could certainly have like a more intentional short rest because that's like an hour before you go down into the.
All right.
Because it's not like if it was 10
10
minutes, I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I'm just putting it down.
He did have a
Talked
dragon
about
nap,
having a dragon nap,
which is what
Listen.
adult dragons have.
I do
And
want
it's
to know,
okay.
like,
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Vaclav, how beat up are you right now?
I'm not bloodied anymore.
That's great, but like, are you? Because Winter did say he wanted a dragon nap. Are you in favor of that? Because I don't mind short resting here if it's needed.
Nah. It's no problem. I've had worse.
Okay.
Perfect. Phoenix, you said you were going to jump down, but then Rosa grabbed. Oh, sorry,
No,
that's what I meant.
Climb
down. But then Rosa grabbed you and tied a rope to you. Rosa, are you still letting him go, or
Yeah.
are you not?
Once he has
The
the
safety
rope tied around him,
But
yes.
Vaclav doesn't have a safety rope.
I just
Yes.
look at her. Correct. I look at Rosa and Loki, and I go, "You guys got me," and I
Oh.
start climbing down.
Nice.
That's our new thing.
Perfect.
You guys
Phoenix,
got
can
me.
you make an athletics check?
Fuck yeah!
Loki's like, you gotta stop saying that when there are ropes around.
What's up? Nothing like using 20s on checks.
19.
That is a
Perfect.
19.
Phoenix, you're able to easily climb onto the rope, onto the chain while you have your rope supporting you.
Yeah. The pockmarking rustiness of it makes it really easy to grip.
It does,
my
and
feet
like
are getting a good
some of the
hold.
chain don't like swing anymore because they're rusted together, so it makes it a little more sturdy. Acts as one big piece.
Nice. And just to be clear, Ember is just like locked on with a claw on my collar, and he's
Perfect.
riding on my shoulder.
Okay. Then, is anyone else joining the chain, or are people letting Vaclav get to the bottom?
I'm gonna go after Phoenix since I've got a rope
Are you adding
attached
rope
to me.
to that, or is the rope that you have attached to yourself and Ember, or you and Phoenix?
It's just like I am the
Belay.
the belay for
But and you're also
Phoenix.
getting on the chain. No, I'm just clear because it's hard. Usually the belayers aren't climbing
Yeah.
too, from my understanding.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
On belay. No, on belay. No, on belay.
I know. I was
No, on
like,
belay.
No,
Meanwhile, everyone's just jumping onto the fucking wall, climbing. Four people climbing at once.
Yeah, I will wait. I'll say Loki.
Like, let's let them get down off this thing first.
Meanwhile, Vaclav keeps saying, "Come on, guys," and I'm just mimicking him. Yeah, come on, guys, let's go.
And I'm like, Winter?
It's okay if no one goes. I just wanted to find out if they're going by themselves.
We're good.
Perfect.
We got this.
All right,
Organ
Winter,
away.
Phoenix, and Vaclav, you guys are heading down. The ropes are 50 feet. So, Rosa, I don't think the rope would go all the way. Are you adding like a secondary rope to the rope?
Is it possible? I would like to. I'm gonna anchor once it gets towards the end. It's starting to get towards the end of the rope. I'm gonna use me as an anchor, so I'm gonna climb onto the rope to allow for that extra rope,
Onto the chain?
onto the chain as the rope is anchored to me, so that if Phoenix falls, like I'm what he's tethered to. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's cool. So you climb onto the chain, and then I'm hitting the like 50-foot point, and I just keep.
No.
And then Rosa just feels like a slight tugging of the
mean,
rope, and she's like, "Oh."
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually not
Just
even
like
on the
bouncing
chain,
on the rope with
the.
He's like, Mara, lead,
Yep.
lead.
Feet.
Well, that would probably
Feet.
bring you to about here when that's happening, which is about 45, 50 or so. Perfect. Vaclav, can you make a perception check?
Nope. Let's see. Oh,
13.
pretty
Pretty
roll,
good for
13.
one of Vaclav's perceptions.
Oh yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. You said 13? Perfect. Okay. Then, looks like the room is kind of like opening up below you. And let's see, can I do like a little... that's supposed to be in the middle. It's the chain, if that kind of makes sense. As it kind of like hangs down to like a platform, and then there's actually a it continues going down from there as well. There's like another elevator shaft that continues. Oh, and you have your crazy vision, so you would be able to see that. And sorry, let me do this. Oops. Okay, so the chain would kind of like go to the bottom here at a like lifting point, because we're kind of like doing a side view. Looks like the path continues off to the east here as well, in a similar direction as the similar path that was the level above as you're going. You do see though that there are some piles of like refuse, piles of like garments and refuse that are kind of like laying around the space in the like a landing room that you can kind of see from here. They're kind of like sprawled around. It looks like there's a lot more of like a mess than you've seen before, and kind of like materials, like almost like cloth tatters, like kind of like spread around in different areas, like in small piles. And in one of the corners, there's kind of like a larger pile of something like refuse or waste or something kind of like piled up over there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna climb down to the platform, and I'm calling up. Hey, Rosa. It looks like there's a thrift shop down here.
What? um, I'm like, I are you doing it like sarcastically or like
No.
okay, I'm like weird. I and I'm like, but it's safe, right? No skeletons?
Safe
Vaclav,
as
where did you
houses.
say that
Uh,
it's safe as houses? From one of the piles of like garments and refuse, it looks like a like humanoid figure kind of like stands up. Looks similar to like the skeleton or like zombies you've heard of, but it has these like long garments like almost wrapped around it, kind of like in kind of covering up and holding like its body together, and it kind of like starts moving towards you. As soon as it does, you sense this like horrible stench that kind of like fills the space here that was somehow covered up before. Almost sounds like sickness or disease or something as it starts moving towards you here. I was thinking though this could be like a
Okay.
good place to stop because it's almost about 2, but I'd also like to see what you're thinking, or what else would you like to move from here?
Um, I go. Oh, here's the shopkeeper now. Oh, you guys want to bring some perfume or something down here?
Perfect. And I think no one can see down here except for Vaclav would be the one that can see the farthest. Phoenix, I think you were still on the chain, or would you have exited the chain as well?
um, I'm just doing what
And he did
Vaclav is
say
doing.
how
So
safe
if
it
he got
was.
off, then I'm. Yeah.
But he can't be more than 50 feet
Oh, I
below.
forgot about that. That
Oh,
is true.
that's true. That's right.
Yeah, and Rosa should be able to see with her a little
You're
bit
right.
at the 60 feet.
Cool. Um, Before I forget,
I go,
And then as Rosa was getting towards the end of what I could see, and I would be like, all right, winner, get going, and I'll follow. Um,
yeah, and that's Winter. You can see 30 or 60. Oh yeah, you can see 60. Oh yeah, so you
I
would have
think
been
we
able
can
to
all
see
see
Rosa just
60,
fine
right?
where she was.
yes,
So
yes.
I'll leave you all like here for our frozen spot, and then either Winter or Rosa or both. You guys have like a bag of gems, a bag of like gold. And you know, like those little raw
Mhm.
ore pieces that's kind of what I picture. It's like a bunch of little nuggets and things, as well as like silver nuggets. And
Yeah, like
I don't know if Winter
plates.
has all of them, or if Winter has a quarter of them and Rosa has 3/4, but I think you guys were like gathering that stuff up. And then, Rosa, you were gonna look in the body of the vampire spawn, but you like were haunted by
Correct.
what Winter could have been. Winter, did you then go back and like scoop that corpse up as well and like pile it all in the corner, or did you ever like not touch it? I moved it off the map, so you didn't get a chance to like interact with it as a token.
Winter, yeah, would have
Yeah, perfect.
scooped it
There
up and
was
tried to look for
a
more stuff.
like a very fancy amulet in there.
Ooh, awesome.
And last question was Loki and Vaclav both like looked in the refuse pile poorly. Did anyone go back and check again, aside from those two, or like would Winter and Rosa and because you guys were all messing around with all the stuff in there, so would you have gone in there or not and looked through it?
I would have
Bert,
gone
can you
in
both
there.
make a quick investigation
Yeah,
check for me
both
then?
Winter
He's
and-
also got blind sight.
Right,
If
I-
anything's sticking out.
I think it would still be a
That's
regular
a-
perception.
17. 17.
Mine's was a little lower
Perfect.
than that.
Okay.
15, 14, 15, 14 or 15.
What would you imagine that a vampire spawn would like squirrel away in his little private stash? Like what type of items, not necessarily what they would be doing.
Well, I would think any kind of
Yeah.
jewelry from that you would take from all of the people
Yeah, I
who've
think
come through
so
here.
far you're looking and there would have been 2 potions in there. And we can always come back to what those are, which I don't think I know exactly what they are. There was also 2, I'm going to say 3 rings, because I was totally thinking of the same thing, that are in there. I think that there's probably like a fairly large tooth. It looks like an incisor would be in there as well. And I was thinking of like one more thing that like a vampire spawn would like treasure.
I would think anything to try to ward off
Ooh.
boredom, like
Ooh.
books, letters,
I was-
musical instruments.
I was thinking of something like maybe some sort of item that is kind of tethering it to its humanity or what's left
Right.
of it. Some sort of
a tiny
Yeah.
cameo of a beautiful woman or something, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's like a it's like a leather folio, but it's like a really small one because I'm imagining it's like something you could put like in a breast pocket kind of a thing. And in there's like a book, looks like something like collected. I like that there's like a little picture in like a super rudimentary photograph, like where it's like silver, or even just a little drawing like that of I think like a beautiful woman. I like that a lot. And that would be in there as well. Cool. And then I'll tell you more about what those. Well, I guess we're kind of like looking, or we'll sit down and take a look at them later. Maybe we should have looked at them earlier, but maybe Winter squirreled them away and didn't mention it when everyone came back, and they just immediately went down the elevator. Because I could see that of happening too. And I'm imagining Winter doesn't want to sit around.
I'm sorry, guys. Hang on. I got to walk away for a second.
You good?
I feel like Rosa has been with Winter the longest, and it is just kind of her routine at the end. Like Winter has this, he has this habit of just adding to his hoard anything that is sparkly or shiny and looks like it might be valuable. A lot of it is just like trash, like it's shiny foil
Shiny rock.
or things like
Fools.
that.
Or a little rock that looks
Exactly.
like a dragon.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
like, right? Because I mean, he still is just a teenager. And so, and it's usually in the very early morning when he's still sleeping, because that's when he's like still out. And I'll go through and just kind of like, oh my God, how the hell did you get this? And, later ask him about it. That's just kind of our routine over breakfast is like, Winter, what is this? It's part of my horde. Like, no, yeah, but this is like, so just that's how we
Yeah.
come
No, what
across
I was thinking
things.
is like, if there would have been information that would have been relevant, but we didn't look at it because I forgot to tell you. So like, what's the retro reason that we would have missed it in this particular instance? Where I do think that was what Rosa normally does, but I think maybe this time we just didn't, or Winter just neglect because Winter really probably wanted to go down to the next action. He didn't want to read a book, or maybe he did. I don't know. That's what I'm just kind of like thinking.
He just stuck it in his stuff, I'm guessing. Like he's like, ooh, this is good. Yep. Horde, horde, horde,
Well, it depends.
horde.
Right, because then I
Pictures
remembered he
are in it,
does
what's
like
it
to
called,
read and
and
do
if
that
it's not
stuff too. So
interesting.
maybe he would.
Oh, and what
Right, right.
language is it in?
Depends. Yeah, what language? What's it about? Because if it's not about something interesting, like dragons, he probably would just hand it
Yeah,
over to
I'm
Vaclav or
thinking it
Rosa.
is a booklet of like the rules and regulations of the mine. Yeah,
Oh,
that's kind of what
he
would be
would
fitting.
hate that and immediately hand
So
it
he probably
over.
like saw that and he was like, "Oh, I should probably tell." Ooh, rings. Ooh, I'll put that horde.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
exactly.
Okay, cool. That I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Loki and Vaclav would be like, we searched this. There wasn't anything there.
Cool. Then with us doing like a little pause with a pause here, I'm gonna stop my share. I'm gonna fill the screen there. If we could do like a little Rosebud Thorn on our little Monday session here. Half level up, half session.
Yeah. So, Rose for me is just trying to become more like action oriented, So like in this case, it was like, oh, Vaclav's going over there. Okay, Phoenix goes over there. Freaking Rosa fell down the thing. Phoenix falls down the thing. Just like trying to kind of up the pace so that we do actually accomplish a bunch of shit in a session. Um, so that was kind of cool to try a little new play style there. And Bud is my bud is actually that the large skeleton that we
Who's good have chestnut?
that we witnessed. I like to like theorize on what that could be or what kind of uh, how that pertains to the story, and I've come up with all kinds of good stuff for that, but
It might be
probably
better than
all
my idea
wrong.
though.
Uh, and the my thorn, my thorn is like this went super fast, and like I finally was totally like I got my 8 hours of sleep. I'm like, yeah, raring to go, and like we didn't get that far, and we I mean we played a pretty darn good session there. We met at 9:30. By the time we're finished here, it'll be 2:30, so that's 5 hours. But I realized we did a bunch of stuff at the beginning, but which I am totally glad we did that. That's not my thorn. It's just like, man, we were really like once we started playing, we were really playing, and we didn't get very far. But that's not a thorn like anything that we did wrong. It was just like shit. We finally are like, okay, action, 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 and but maybe we did get far. I don't know. It just felt like that. Like it just the session went really fast. That's what I'm getting at. So that's a good thing, that like it went quickly. Bad thing that it's over already, I guess. Play of the game. Play of the game was definitely early on with Rosa's freaking dive
Flesh and
down,
bone.
and like I'm picturing, because it's slashing damage, not piercing damage. So like she like stab down. So like, but that's the only way. Like she said, I do this. So I'm thinking it like went into his head, or he looks up
Mm.
and it just like just past his head as he looks up, goes into his chest and rips him open down there, but he's still like he's vampire. So he's like, I'm still alive. And then she's like, ugh, phew, she just pulls it out, flips it around, and phew, cuts him in half. So that was
Yeah, I was looking
completely
forward to using
awesome.
his like healing abilities and biting more people, and then Rosa killed
Uh-huh.
him in one round. So I was really disappointed, but it turned out really
Yeah,
cool. But it was just funny how you never, no
so
encounter
cool.
ever stands up to the meeting of the
Uh-huh.
players. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, but then the skeletons themselves, though, like are packing some punch, So it's not like we, as a
Yeah, yeah,
party, we walked away unscathed. That's for sure. Spent some resources.
yeah. So very cinematic.
Um, can I also say, yeah, as far as another part of the rose was kind of the discussion at the beginning. Like that's cool, we're figuring things out. I like that. I like that we do this, collectively, and come up with stuff, and all of the each of us contributing to our thoughts and so forth to it. I think is cool. And then just like referring to the DMG, because that's you had said, Dan, you had said, oh, in the DMG it gives these. I'm like, I'm gonna check that out, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's exactly
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
that's funny.
saying. So that's funny.
Cool, thanks, Travis.
um, I guess for me, the rose was the combat, with the sort of multi-leveled. There's like the people in the tunnel above, and then there's us down below,
Yeah.
and there's the flying and crashing down, and negotiating the height and all that. I thought that was pretty cool. The Bud. Um, I'm curious about this cult, Death's Craving or Craven or whatever. I'd like to learn more about that, and maybe what the connection is between that and the Spire, um, or the apocalypse that it's
Mm.
creating or guarding against, or whatever the hell it's doing. Um, my Thorn. I came up with a really cool idea that I was really excited about, and I came up with it too late, and it's very frustrating. So back in that room, the little hut. Remember, there was the
Yeah.
coffin. I was like, I should have put Phoenix in the coffin as a boat and to go out farther onto the water to extend the range of his crab.
Oh shit.
I know, right?
Oh, that's
And
Yeah.
so
then,
good.
if we wanted to, we could have flipped the coffin upside down with air inside of
Oh
it,
my
Yep.
like the
And
Pirates of
god.
the
walk.
Caribbean,
Yes.
walking along the bottom.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So I'm so mad that I did not come up with that until we'd already
There's
moved past
still
that
time.
room.
There's no problem. We'll have no problem passing athletic checks to climb back up the chain. We
Yeah.
got this.
Right.
So
That's
there's
funny.
that, and then I guess a smaller thorn is that I did feel like there were more like perception and investigation checks than there needed to be, given that we were searching a space that we controlled with no particular time pressure. Um,
Mm.
and Dan, I even think you got a little frustrated by it because you kept calling for them and then being unhappy that you
Yeah.
didn't get to reveal
That's a good
something.
point. Is a better
Um,
way just once the space is controlled, then you basically just get a 17 in my mind, kind of like we find everything that is not hidden. Is that a better way to do that, I guess?
Maybe like,
Probably. I
I think
mean,
so.
yeah, are you spending like 6 seconds searching, or are you gonna sit here and,
Yeah.
parse through the everything? Because that'd be
Yeah.
different.
Well, I think, Dan, part of it is what is important for you to learn, and should we find in those circumstances, and what is not? Because I was looking at it as just like, man, the dice have spoken. When 3 people searched this room and rolled crap, so that was kind of weird.
Well, there is also, I mean, a way to interpret the dice, as in, if we roll an investigation in a place where you don't know if there's anything or not, and we fail, then there's not anything there. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Rather than, oh, I also search it. Oh, I also search it. You know what I mean? Because, like, if I found something, you guys wouldn't go search it, right?
Yeah, I agree. I didn't like how that was, but I'd be very open to like what would have worked better, or maybe the roles are just for like additional things. But if there was like a piece, because I wanted you to have a little bit more information about like your choices, because I felt like you were just basically had 3 choices and you didn't really know which way to go. But I wanted you to have like some context for why you were doing that. So then I was like trying to put the the signposts there so that at least you could like know like those are the clerics, that's restricted, this is this. And I was like, oh, there should be something in there that would give it to you. So that was like my conundrum, because I don't want you to just wander aimlessly. I'd like you to have a reason.
So Dan, I mean, from our character sheets,
That's
we've always
true.
had passive investigation.
Mhm.
I think that if we're looking at investigating in an area like that, when there's no time restriction and like clearly this is a crux moment where there's an opportunity to learn, you are the one that is looking at our passive investigations instead of the active investigation. Whereas like the character, if if Winter's specifically looking for something for dragons in a space like this, then he would be actively investigating that. But if it's story driven for, the Death's Craven or Craving clan, that would just be a passive thing that, based on our passive investigation, you would stumble upon because you are just investigating for this moment, for that encounter.
Or
That's the way I see it.
to suggest another way, what if you give us whatever you know is there or want to be there, and the role represents something else that we might be able to add into the situation? You could even toss it back to us and say, wow, that's a really good investigation role. What do you think you found in there? And obviously, if we're like, a Vorpal poleaxe, then you can be like, well, no.
It's a book about Vorpal poleaxes and how awesome they are. Yeah.
Right. So it's a
yeah, exactly.
It's a child's wish list.
Dear Istis, please give this for Istis' birthday.
Play the game.
Yeah, I like the idea of not. Well, I think normally what happens is that someone fails and then the next person check, they succeed, and then I can give it to them, and then it's funny because Vaclav didn't get it or whatever. But I think in this case there was just like 2 or 3 really low rolls in a row, and that normally doesn't happen. And then it kind of like threw me off, and then I was like, I wish I had handled it differently. But I really like those ideas for the future. And I like the idea of the good rolls, because whenever I ask for ideas, I'm always like really happy that I did. So I think I need to work on that like communal storytelling more. Or like when I was like, what would be in the Vampire Spawns Horde? Like those ideas were like way cooler than what I was thinking of. So doing more of that. And I don't think it takes away from the story or be like, oh, Dan didn't think of that. I don't think anyone frames it like that.
No, not at all. I think we're all like being part of creating this.
Play the game, I guess I'm going to give to Phoenix. Although obviously Rose's death from above attack was amazing, but we already did reward her for it. So I'm going to say Phoenix for the tying the rope and getting dragged by it, and sending the crab in and then panicking when the skeleton was coming, and like it was all very, very vivid.
Yeah,
character.
I picture go Ember. Oh, this is so good. Ember, run. And like if Ember dies, you can just summon
get into the end of the
fine.
Totally, but that is not
totally.
Emotionally driven character. Ember, Travis, Ember, like
right,
kind of under here.
And then when he got to the end of the rope, pulling on it,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My rose was, I mean, I don't normally have epic plays like that. And
That was pretty good.
that was a pretty epic, like, I'm just gonna dive. And you're like, what are you tied to? And I'm like, no, I'm just there's no time for that. Like, she's going. Vaclav called and
Right.
she is there for
Yeah.
her
Oh, I didn't even
family.
think of
Family
that
needs me.
aspect. So, like, of course. Then it was almost like exactly what Rosa
Yeah.
was like. She compelled to do that, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that was the rose, and it was a lot of fun. I like 87 total hit damage. Like, that's insane. It was very it was
Yeah.
that, like,
Yes.
Istis was
Yeah,
blessing
you're right.
that whole thing. And then my bud is definitely like exploring more. I want to see how the mine shafts and stuff connect to this particular spire and push the story. Because now we've seen different types of undead, and there's got to be some sort of hierarchy of what kind of necromantic powers are coming from this particular spire. And that's really interesting to me. Um, and I mean, we're dungeon
Literally.
diving. So there's like, but we didn't go that way. We went this way. What about that way? Like, okay, there's these impediments. And um I feel like last time we dungeon dove, it took a little bit long, and that's another reason why I'm looking at this as a bud, because we gave you a lot of like helpful criticism. So I'm looking forward to seeing what types of changes you've made. My thorn was um I often like it's my personality, and it's also Zoom, that I don't like to like talk over somebody else when I have like a really good idea in mind. But then, so like, I'll let other people finish talking instead of asserting myself. Because when we were looking at that waterway, there was a plan that was hatched from Phoenix and like Vaclav with Ember, which I thought was great. But I also have like call steed, and I had this idea of calling um like a dolphin as a steed, like
Oh
a fiendish
shit.
dolphin to like swim us to wherever. Which, I mean, like, it's so my thorn is the missed opportunities of my inability to navigate asserting Rosa's presence when it makes sense. Of like, hey, you guys, what about this? But it's like, Zoom is so weird because you can't cut somebody off. Like, you'll completely cut them off. It doesn't blend the voices. It's whatever box is highlighted is what everybody hears. And I also want to hear what everybody else is saying. So I've got to figure out how I'm going to do that. And I'm also wondering if mechanically, if somebody has something that they want to say, there are ways within the Zoom where you can like raise your hand or something, because you don't want to interrupt what somebody else is going through, but it kind of lets everybody else know, like, hey, somebody has something to say in this moment. So that's a frustrating thing. I know, like, for Trav, he's a very emotive human who likes to verbalize things. So it's not just the Zoom, but also sharing the microphone. So it's really hard to navigate that and give everybody the space, like share the air without stifling my own air. And then my play of the game would be I Vaclav, dude. Like, you're just like like, help. No, actually,
Yeah.
we could have got it. I was freaked out in a second. And then, like, there's a thrift store down here. Are you saying that sarcastically? He's like, and then he's like, no, no, I'm not. Like, just it's so not Ian that it's like when you just like, you even the way that you sit during the game,
Yeah, I noticed
you
it
have to
too.
get into character. So you do this like lean back thing that you don't typically do as Ian, you
Yeah,
get
like jerk
into like
uncle.
Vaclav.
Like
You're
at
like,
the that's
eh.
yeah, you have to.
Right? Exactly. Like it's just so I love that about your style of play, but the really leaning into pushing the story as his character and um not just because people are not wanting, like, we have a tendency to not push the story, and then Winter's pushing the story in Winter's direction because Winter is all dragons all the time, all the languages, and it's just like, so the way that you do that is really well done. A suggestion I was thinking about, I was telling Travis about this last time we played, is um when we do our recap of the game, it might take a minute or two, but I think it would behoove us to go around and say, like, not necessarily our beliefs or anything like that, because our beliefs are listed on our shared document. But I'd like to know what each character's like goal. What is your goal of this particular session after you've heard the recap? Because I think there's still a little bit of disjointedness, um, especially with such character driven, passionate driven characters. Vaclav, Winter, even like Phoenix, when he gets into like that, talking about his brother and like the fire stuff, and then Loki and Rosa are just like in the background herding cats, trying to figure out, okay,
Yes, we
what are we
are.
doing? So if we know after we've had the recap, like, what is everybody's mindset? I'm wondering if that would help to drive the story a little bit more for that particular session.
I like that idea a lot. It also
Like
it might
for
even help
session.
at the end so that I know which direction to go. Because sometimes I get a little hamstrung when I'm like, which way do I have to plan? And then sometimes I'll pick wrong, or sometimes I'll just get so frozen that I just write down ideas and I can't go in as deeply as I would have liked in any particular one. So I like that idea a lot. And then I also wanted to go back about what you said about the being talked over in Zoom. I immediately thought of like raising the hands because like that's what we did in the pandemic and taught. I don't know if that's a good way to do it here or if there's other ways to do it with the group. I noticed that a lot post combat because combat, it's very clear who should be talking when. I feel like, but in those moments afterwards, it's not. So I'd be open to ideas or suggestions on that.
Yeah, my general thought on that is there are things that like as as they're occurring, and especially when there's a lot of stuff being talked about, that I'm thinking, all right, and I want to add this to the situation, and oftentimes the situation just moves on, and I'm like, it wasn't enough to go back to and deal with. And sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. I kind of think the whole, even like the way we ended the session with, I we were looking at, should we do a short rest? That was in the back of my mind that we should do that. And then winter plowing on, and I was like, or I'm sorry, Vaclav plowing on, and I was like, yeah, well, that's the next step. Let's just keep going, and probably should have um, at, at some point said, hang on, Vaclav, or something like that. But those are the kinds of things where um, I like I have things in my head that I think about adding, and often just watch the situation play out, and most of the time just let it go because I feel like it's not important enough or not something I really want to add at the time. Or most often in those cases, it's just the story's moved on, and I don't need to add to that, which is probably also why like I'm the quiet one in the
I
group.
wonder if like raising hands through Zoom would be a good mechanism to like tell me so that like Kevin and Tabby especially I think aren't as comfortable jumping in. I don't think Ian and Travis as much have a problem with that, and I don't think you do as much, Ken, either, is what I'm guessing. If you like popped a hand up, then I would be like, okay, when there's a break, I'd be like, Tabby, what is it that you wanted to add to this or something? Or same with you, Kevin. Would that be helpful, or is that just pedantic and silly? Do we want to try that?
So I don't want it to fall into the pedantic and silly. And what I really like about the way that we play is the things that especially Travis and Ian and Ken bring to that free flowing discussion, and just Ken or Ian's he has a quick mind on so many things. Like, I don't want to interrupt that. It some of the best moments of the game come from those things. So whatever we do, I don't want to impact that. And I'm not sure that I feel like we need to do anything in particular, but maybe, yeah, we'll just throw our hands up that, hey, I have something, and we'll see how that goes. But I don't want other people to feel like, oh, I have to put up my hand and be called on before something happens, because that for sure would I think destroy the fun interactions that get created.
I will try to do a better job of like paying attention to Kevin and Tabby on the camera and seeing, like maybe they're, when you're at a table and you kind of signal that you want to talk, you know. Yes, Travis.
I think that this would be a good indicator that I have something to say. If we go to, I'm just throwing this in there, if we go to any kind of digital form of I need to talk now.
Yeah, it has
Raised
the
hand
emotive.
came up.
I was
I
thinking
know.
that it would. I would never expect you to
Right.
do those, Travis. But I also think you're just going to say it, and it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like Tabby
Yeah.
and Kevin, and maybe even Ken, would be more likely to actually pop it up. And then I'm, in my experience like running classrooms and stuff, if you pop a hand up, I'm not going to be like, oh, Ian, I'm ending this now. It's more like I would finish and then be like, oh, Tabby, go ahead. I think you have a turn. And I don't think it will take away like sometimes when I'm in like my work meetings and people that are not good at managing Zoom do not understand what the hand up thing is and how it should go. But I think as like a classroom management style, I'm a lot more comfortable with that, and I don't imagine it will be as like impactful. Like the crown, that's hilarious. For our like discussions, if that makes sense. So I think I like that idea a lot, and I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I'm really glad that you like mentioned it, Tabby. I think especially because Tabby, when you start talking, your screen doesn't light up, Travis's screen lights up, so it even like to Zoom, you have to like fight through an additional layer of tech to actually get it to. Right now on my screen, I can see all of you, but it's still Zoom definitely preferences the sound with the picture. Yeah. So no, I like that idea. Cool. And I think after maybe we all go, I'm just going to ask and go back to what Tabby was saying too about like, what is our big goal? So if I were to do a deeper dive into making something, what should that be? And then if we don't go that route, which is fine, just know that I'll be more off the cuff. But it's also kind of like your guys' choice for picking that instead of it like being my fault that I didn't make everything, which I think would help me. I like that framing a lot. Thanks, Tabby.
Yeah, really good.
Myro's, the layered and difficult combat. I liked how there was the top-down view as well as the side view. I thought that worked pretty
I was surprised
well.
how well it worked, actually.
And was fun.
Thought it would be more confusing.
I thought we might be dying for a second there when Vaclav and Winter got both bloodied in the first round. So that happened fast. Bud, I'm curious what is down these other tunnels and if we're skipping it, if that messes you up. Because we could look both directions. One we didn't even go at all, and then the other one we sent the crab for 100 feet or whatever, and then brought him back. Thorn, I get a lot of useful dungeon abilities, but next level. So like I get faster, I get climb speed, and I get a swim speed next level, and then none of them are going to be useful for this.
Well, afterwards you'll have all that because you learned it all in an actual dungeon, right?
That's true. Yeah. I didn't think of it like that. Play the game. Yeah, we already awarded Rosa for that, but that was awesome. Hopefully, or Tabby, you're enjoying playing a paladin
Yeah.
because it's ridiculous and
It's
can turn the
crazy.
tide of a fight in a single move. Um, yeah, and then definitely Phoenix and everyone for the role play, but I thought Phoenix in particular was really funny. And like knew, yeah, this might mess it up, but Phoenix does this, and it didn't mess it up, so that was even better. So I really like that. That was
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, Stan and everybody.
Yeah, for me, the rose is seeing like I feel like everyone is really starting to fall into their characters and how they do things throughout the entire gameplay, not just in combat, but especially in combat. So that I really like. The only thorn is I don't know that I feel like I have figured that out for myself. It's a little bit weird, especially with like, uh, I think part of it is I'm trying to play the bard like a cleric, and I
Mm.
need to move
Yeah.
out of that and
Mhm.
figure out where that goes. So that's something that I kind of need to figure out and work on. And then as far as Bud or even like the Bud is a combination of that and reflection on what do I want next out of it. I Our whole point in heading here is to get to the spire, and I don't want it to just be like, here's the map with the beeline straight to the spire. But um, at this point, we are kind of blindly just knowing that if we keep going through this, we should get there. But I was also thinking about, and I forget the game off the top of my head, but there was an early text-based computer game where part of it was finding your way through uh, basically a dungeon in blind. And in every move, you can move left, right, forward, and back, but only if you got the right sequence could you ever get there. And I wonder, like, how much of that are we falling into? Like, there'd be 1,000 different options,
Mhm.
but I can we just take what we want and get to where we're going? Or should there be some kind of more guidance that says you should have gone through the water instead of down the mine shaft, which doesn't feel and I what I don't know now, and it may not matter, is like you're like the water goes to the ceiling, and I'm like, well, none of us can breathe or really swim very well. So clearly this isn't the
Mhm.
path. And the only other option that makes sense is to keep going deeper. So I hope that was your general intent in pushing it that way. But yeah, that's the one thing that I, we're like blind going through this, knowing that we're trying to get somewhere, but we don't know if anything leads where we want to get. And so we're not just blindly dungeon delving, looking for gold and treasure. There's a goal, but do we know enough to get to that goal?
Mhm.
Um, and then for play of the game, um, I would give it to Vaclav for just being like, damn the height and the fall. I am jumping right into this. And I was looking at that going, wow, he really just threw himself out there and trusted it that he wasn't gonna end up dead at the bottom of this thing. And I that was something that I was like really surprised and impressed at. And then the whole, help at the end of it was like, well, that wasn't unexpected given what you did. and and then me looking at, all right, how what is the best way and place for me to be to help? And I don't think it's to just jump down there because fortunately, the space worked that range spells were just in range for just about everything that I had. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, so that definitely would give that to Ian for that. that move that I do kind of think would be a Vaclav move, but it was also something that came out of left field for me.
You were saying you're playing the bard like a cleric. I wonder what is a more of a bard? Does that mean you should be more selfish instead of like using for heals? Or I'm curious what that means to you.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured that out for myself because I do feel like the bard and should be more of a support type character. I also am, I think, the only um, it, magic user that's not combat focused, right? So, like, there are a handful of combat focused spells, like damage dealing spells, but I've taken almost none of them because I look at it as I probably need more things to be more utilitarian. And then it's kind of like, yeah, but they aren't really working out the way that I was thinking. Because like Featherfall is one of the things that I could have taken, but like with the cleric, I'd be like, guys, let's just long rest and get the right spells in place. But with bards, it doesn't really work. I didn't take Fairy Fire, which is a great combat buff, because I knew that the the that Travis has it, but it's also not the kind of thing that he uses and would be out there with. So, maybe that was a mistake. And I just kind of
And
look at,
I can and we can talk about that stuff, Kevin, because like I can change mine every night. I go to sleep, I change it, you know. So
sure,
like if and I just took it initially because I was like, well, that's the way I can help. But
right.
like it's not really something that he's looking at doing. And it for me,
I
I
think
think
so.
it's concentration. It's very
Yeah, but also
but
like
anyhow.
as uh the druid, I mean, it at these lower levels, the druid's supposed to come in as the, big meat
But
shield
less
Yeah,
on the old
right.
damage
druid.
dealing
Yeah.
type person. Although that hasn't really been the type of druid that you are. So it's the interesting thing that one of the reasons I love playing with this group is there's the mechanics in the book, and if you read any of the pre-done things that come from D&D, it's all formulaic, and I love the fact that we're not that. But then it's like, well, how do I fit the formulaic things of the bard into this part of the world? And I mean, it's working out. I think, certainly in that combat, I was debuffing a few people. I was, providing healing at a what seemed like critical moments. And I think all of that is working well. I just, when I look at it, especially probably because we're in a dungeon and I'm thinking like, cleric mode, but I'm a bard. And I think it's more me than anything. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that I struggle a little bit with is how do how do I fit in with all of this and what makes it work for the group? Because also, like, I still think about and like the backstory, origination story of Loki as the criminal slash spy slash leader underworld, getting things done for the family and stuff. And I still feel like there's a little bit of that role, but everybody else is growing around and he's watching them grow, and that's great. And, so yeah, I don't know. It's weird figuring it out. It's not unfun. I like it. I just don't know where it
Yeah, I was
goes.
thinking like your choices to heal Vaclav and Winter were very like life cleric choices. Whereas I feel like in my mind, and whereas I feel like Loki from the underworld, he's like I have healing, but like only if you're like really need it. Like Winter and Vaclav, they were like fine, like they're still useful in fighting and stuff. But like if they were down, like then you got to get them up. Or like I picture like the bards being like more control and like you because you're the only caster that casts things at range, really, because like Vaclav's up in the fight,
Mhm.
Winter's usually up in the fight, Rose is up in the fight, and Phoenix is usually shape changing and then getting up in the fight as well. And it's really just Loki that's like back. So you're almost like calling the shots, signaling, doing like larger spell movements. Whereas like giving someone 10 hit points, it doesn't really change the flow of the battle. Where like I feel like a bard would be like more broad strokes. I don't know. That's just like my thoughts of like how it would be. But I'm also
Sure.
curious just to see how you like. I'm just reading what bards do, and it's like life spent traveling, gathering lore, telling stories, building on audiences, like learning new things, and yeah. But I mean, that doesn't mean that's what Loki has to be or anything. But I'm curious how we see.
Sure.
It seems like mostly Loki's a bard because he insults skeletons, which is hilarious. But there's other ways I think to like exemplify a bard too.
Sure, sure. No, I think that's good insight. Yeah, because one of the other things that occurred to me when I was like, my God, is either Winter or Vaclav gonna die in this thing was dead is gone, right? There isn't Revivify, there isn't Cleric to
Oh, I
bring
didn't even
someone
realize that.
back. And then what does that mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
5e characters are hard to kill.
No, well,
Uh,
for sure, but yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a single campaign where a cleric hasn't, used
Revivified.
one of their
Yep.
life-saving things to bring back
Yep.
somebody who died in a heavy combat.
Huh?
And that was the realization and what happened when Winter was almost like instantly like, yeah, I'm bloodied. I was like, oh my God, if he goes down, what do we do?
I mean, you could
We're in the
just
middle of
drag
a
him back to the
dungeon.
temple,
There's no
right?
cleric to be found.
It's old school.
Right, right. Do we stop everything we're doing, drag ourselves back, and then try it again? I mean, that would be the story-driven thing, but
Yeah, and Phoenix does
I
is
have it. I
have
was just
Revivify
looking.
now,
Yeah,
by the way.
oh, do you? Okay,
and
I
Winter
didn't think
will
that
get
was
it
something that
eventually
druids had.
on his list at least. Could get it. Yeah, that's
So,
fair.
okay.
Could get it.
Yeah, I was thinking that was just a cleric thing, but okay. That's a little bit better.
I was thinking that.
Same with Rosa. She'll get it too if she
Yeah.
wants it.
Yeah.
So Marvel Loki's an illusionist.
Yeah.
You could try to go that way.
Right.
I love illusions. I have so much fun with them, and I've been trying to kind of steer away from them with Vaclav. I know I started out doing illusions early on, but I was like, this isn't really suitable for me, for this character. So, but yeah, I mean, they're super fun.
Yeah, and I also feel like with that kind of stuff, that's the weird thing is like when you're playing the cleric and a save doesn't work, it's not a huge deal. You it's easy to move on from. I always
Uh-huh.
feel like um and maybe part of the reason I haven't taken a lot more of the illusions and trying things in that direction is because you're you're using sometimes higher level spell slots, and if they save and it just plain old doesn't work, then it's like,
But
well,
remember, they don't get to save until they interact with it.
right, right. But it's yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not fully thinking because I don't really play it that way that much. But that's kind of what was going through my head is like if they save against something that I'm really trying to twist where things are headed, then that's heavy resource that had little impact.
What might help, Kevin, is
Hmm.
that whole goal orientation thing. I'm wondering if, because Loki is a bard, and a new bard, really, like when you
Sure.
look at it, like why did Loki become a bard? Are you looking to write the family's story? Are you wanting to like romanticize and glorify what tieflings are and why we are what we are? Like that might help some motivations as to what you would do. Like I think of
Mhm.
Jaskier or the dandelion on Witcher,
Quintessential
and like
bard,
that
yeah.
was a bard, and that whole exactly right. And so it's a
Mhm.
little bit selfish, but it's also like there it's very much buffing and all of that
Mhm.
stuff, and like just kind of lending aid and lending a hand when and where it's needed, so that because what he gets out of it is his songs and his
That's right.
stories, right? So
Right.
like, why did Loki become a bard? Because you could have just been a fighter or a rogue if that were the case.
And I mean, if you
Sure.
really don't like it,
You
you can
weren't.
always
So
change your class or get a new character too. So that's
Oh yeah, no, I I really it's not that I don't like any of it. It's like figuring out what fits in. Like I feel like and it I could be completely wrong in this observation, but I feel like everybody's really finding how and what they are and where it fits. And I feel like I never get there the way that you guys have, but I feel like in this case I really haven't figured that out and I'm not um and it's not that I don't want to try and figure it out. It's just that's
yeah.
just where
I
I'm at.
think like the finding your character's like inner struggle is a really helpful way to like find their center. Like when I think of like Rosa or Vaclav, Rosa's like for the family, do I do good or bad? Like where do I stand up versus where do I not? And I feel like that's where her most like interesting moments come from is like that struggle. Or like Winter is very clearly a particular character, but
No.
he's still like learning, and I like that Ken's like expressing that like late adolescence through like his play there. And Vaclav is like the classic machismo guy that really can't talk the talk but still wants to. And it's like I really am enjoying Ian like fighting with that like toxic masculinity that I know he doesn't believe in, but it's so funny for him to play a character that does. So I think that's like a really interest, and then like those pieces come out as like interesting play, or even just Phoenix. I'm really enjoying Travis, like our oldest player playing the youngest character, is one of my favorite little topsy turvy things for, and then to be like mothered by Rosa, or to like I just think that is so funny when you're just clearly making the wrong choice when usually Travis really likes to play correctly. So that's like a fun little struggle or fitting those characters in. But when I think of like what Loki's struggle is, I'm not sure that I could articulate it. I'm guessing maybe you have an idea, but I think that space is like what's really helpful. Or when I have a character, I'm always like, what are they like dealing with, right? It's that conflict is where stories come from. And I think Loki is like a bard that
Yeah,
plays like a cleric that wants everyone to like be okay, but like that's not a struggle. You know, like even like Buddy the Elf, I feel like still
sure.
played that way, but he's had so much like interesting like accoutrements of his character, and the fact that he was like Father Christmas was his religion was just so funny, and that he like couldn't get to it. But I think this campaign is more of like the struggle of like what does it mean to be like a tiefling, an
Yeah.
outcast, a struggle in this space? What if you have power? Do
Mhm.
you enact revenge? And I think like having that deep conflict of your character and like having an articulation of it might be what like would help you know when do you play up that or when do you not. I don't know. That's just my random ramblings.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that it's all great ideas and context to think
Because
about
Loki was
and
like
help
keeping the family
evolve.
together, right? He
So
was the one, the contacts, they'd go to him, he's the face.
right,
Like,
right.
why was he always good at that? How come he never got levels before? Like, what happened suddenly to change when he went out? I don't know, but that's where I'm thinking, like, what happened?
Yeah.
Where's his trauma, and how does it inform his choices, right? Because that's all we all are. It's just like walking trauma that informs how we interact with the world around us.
Right, right, right. No, those are great points. And I think, I think part of that is I think when we first started up until the point where we left Star City, uh,
Yes.
I had more of a sense of being, the family and that front.
Mhm.
And now that we've kind of moved on from that, yeah, I need to figure out where it goes from there.
Cool. Well, let me go quick. I had lots of fun today. Was not really sure where the party would go. Lots of the choices here with those 3 different paths was interesting. I thought this vampire spawn would be really more difficult than he was, but I think it was like right on the edge. I think if Rosa had played it safer and not gone into help and critted when she did, there was definitely a much higher risk of at least Winter or Vaclav or both of them like going down. That second attack that you guys like suddenly got definitely made a big difference, especially with Vaclav, because you were all doing that radiant damage, which was like crazy. But I do think there was still like that sense of danger. Like I felt like maybe last session or a couple ago when like we were running the cart into the wall, into the town, like it was like, okay, whether we'll be fine. But I did feel like this time there was more of like, ooh, is Phoenix gonna be the only one left alive and he's gonna crawl back up and like go get help because he's up at the but those all could have still been interesting stories and then or something. So I was very curious, but then when Rosa killed him in one hit, it was very reminiscent of the bends to the left Vorpal sorting many campaigns ago in there. But it was so. I when you said like Istis willed it, I didn't even think of that. I do think that there should have been some like moment when Istis like smiled upon you, because that was like so clearly what your deity would have like been encouraging you to do. It's like speaking through the dice. I just thought that was really cool. As for like what's next, are you guys like trying to make a beeline for the tower, for the spire? Is that like the main goal? And then are you going to use like every resource that you have to that, or are you interested in like trying to find treasure, or curious if there's like an intrusion as well, because you've kind of mentioned that there's likely some kind of diabolic ending, and then you've also kind of like expressed that there's likely the clerics and their paid entrance is up that direction. When I was building the mine, I was trying to build it like I do most things off of like what actual mines look like, and they're often like horizontal, vertical shafts with like spread out in different layers as they kind of like follow the veins or follow the, I think they're veins, right? Or the loads or whatever as they kind of go through. So that's what I was building it from. So I don't know if we'd want to do like a mapping the mine. I don't know if that sounds as fun, or I was more thinking of like a string of encounters that leads us to our goal. But I don't want you to feel like you're wandering around and then just like you wander long enough and you find what you seek. Or is that okay? So that's kind of like if Winter mentions, oh, I have this book, by the way, and you happen to find a rudimentary map and there's like a restricted area that is described as what could be the entrance to the spire, does that mean you'd be like, oh, let's go there as fast as we can? Or like when you said, I think Kevin, I can't remember who, was like, oh, we can't swim underwater, so that means Dan didn't want us to go that way. I don't even know who can breathe underwater and who can't. And then when you summon a crab, and then now you have a dolphin mount, and I was like, that's so clever. Usually I just come up with crazy blocks to the party, and then I just see what you guys come up with. So I have no idea what you could do or couldn't. I thought Winter would be charging under the water and we'd have some underwater skeleton combats. I had no idea. And then when the crab was chasing the skeletons. So I guess I'm curious, what would the party like to do? And then I can make sure that is like coherent for next time. Okay, cool. Is that like
I'm
they agree?
the spire.
Yeah. Hunter wants to get
I think
his
if I knew,
spire.
if I knew where the spire was, I would head for it.
Yeah, I think that was the reason we were all headed this way, was how do we get to the spire? And then, that I guess what I was like getting at is I don't know whether all the different choices that we have, if and I don't even want you to answer this, but it is right now it feels like we could just be infinitely dungeon crawling, and if we keep doing that, are we eventually going to get where we want to go? Or is it
I mean, it could be like in Goonies where we run into Chester Copperpot and he's got this like
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
partially drawn line that kind of like
Sure.
a map, and it's like there's so many different ways. Or Toko shows up again, or some kind of like it's I don't, you know,
Yeah.
I'm
No, there are a
excited-
million options.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
talk to
right.
anything that'll talk. You know what I mean? Yeah.
As will Winter.
Yep. Especially if it's in a weird language or
Right?
draconic.
Yeah, that's helpful.
I have a question. When you do the find steed, when we had because it not Snowfall, but it was who was
Shadowfax.
the Pegasus? Shadowfax. Was Shadowfax
I thought
sentient?
Shadowfax became sentient
Yes.
later
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
Or is
he-
that not true?
Oh,
I thought you
That's
like
kind of
leveled
what I
up and then he
remember,
got
too.
better when you were like level
He-
12 or something. I have no idea though.
Like I'm
The
just
Pegasus
wondering if
is yeah.
And that could have been also
I'll
the
have to look.
old rules.
but like
I think it was Greater Steed. No. The let me look it up. Yeah.
because
I
I
think that was the old
know
rules.
if that's the case, my steed, whatever form my steed takes, is coming from the depths of the underworld. So I'm excited to kind of like, if there's sentience there, to explore like what is it that that steed knows, or
So
it's
your horse or whatever it is has an intelligence of 6,
like, okay.
which is the same as a
Wow.
winter.
Also, Dan, when we were
They're over there having spelling bees against one another. Horse. H-U-S. Horse.
that's from the you know, what you go for a brothel with,
That's
right?
right.
So another thing I was thinking about, Dan, is a piece of treasure that a vampire would have would be like a cursed dagger that doesn't allow the wound
I was
to
thinking that's
close
what the pin that
quickly.
Phoenix found. It's kind of like what you would
Ah,
use to infect a vampire. Exactly, yes. It
Like a
was
hat
infected
pin?
with. If you were to keep that, you could use it in the event that you needed to raise someone or something like that. But I think you'd have to identify it to like learn more. But that was a
Nice.
magical pin that had an effect like that. But that was cool.
Nice. Instills hemophilia.
Yeah. Cool. So for inspiration, sorry, it looks like we have like a Vaclav, Rosa, Vaclav, Phoenix, Rosa. So Rosa, you got one in the session and you didn't use it again, right? Vaclav, do you have inspiration?
Correct.
You don't. Then definitely take it because you were the
He used
second
it.
most mentioned, I think, according to my notes. And then is everyone good for next Sunday?
Do you have inspiration?
I have inspiration currently.
It's the
Are we good for
26th.
Sunday?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think Sunday's
Probably.
good.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'll make myself available.
For
Perfect.
Dungeons and
I'm gonna go ahead and turn
Dragons.
off our